For centuries, Kerala has been home to a rich variety of vocal and instrumental music traditions. A lush and varied environment, a wide range of performance traditions, and the diverse cultural legacies of the region have all contributed to and enriched this deeply resonant musical culture. Temples and kavas have played a historic and prominent role in the development of Kerala culture, in which music, dance, and performance of various kinds have always been a vital part of the daily, seasonal, and annual rituals and festivals. The most remarkable feature of the musical culture of Kerala is the prominence attributed in it to percussion music, especially ensemble percussion music. Indeed, it would be almost impossible to imagine a Kerala festival, whether religious or secular, without a percussion ensemble that brings together a variety of instruments, merging into one seamless whole, to create the most sublime and resounding of rhythmic flows and crescendos. Panchavadyam, Panjari Melam, Pandi Melam, Madala Keli, Tayambaga. The list goes on. Featured in these rhythmic ensembles are a variety of percussion instruments such as the chenda, the madalam, the idakya, the mirava, the timila, the chengala, the ilathalam, and so on. While each of these percussion instruments are significant and different in their own ways, perhaps the most vital among them is the madalam. The madalam is traditionally considered to be a devavadya, or a divine instrument. It is also a mangalavadya, an auspicious instrument, featuring prominently in the daily ritualistic and festive music played in temples, a necessary and significant presence in temple performance forms. The madalam is of three types: the Veera madalam, the Toppi madalam, and the Shuddha madalam. The Veera madalam is not in use anymore, whereas the Toppi madalam is an essential component for the performance of the devotional dance drama Krishnanatam. The Shuddha madalam is the most popular type and is played in the percussion ensembles Panchavadyam, Keli, and Kathakali performances.
മദ്ദളത്തിനെ പറ്റി പറയുമ്പം മറ്റുള്ള തോൽവാദ്യങ്ങളിൽ വെച്ചിട്ട് ഒരു പ്രത്യേകത ചിലതൊക്കെ ഉണ്ട്. അത് പറയാണ്ടിരുന്നാൽ ശരിയാവില്ല. ഒന്ന്, നീളമുള്ള ശബ്ദം ഉള്ള ഒരേ ഒരു വാദ്യമേ ഉള്ളൂ, അത് മദ്ദള. കാരണം കാണിച്ചു തരാം. ഇപ്പം മറ്റേത് വാദ്യത്തിലായാലും ഇതാ ആ കുട്ടുന്നതിൻ്റെ ആ ശക്തി അനുസരിച്ച് അത് അതിൻ്റെ ആ ശബ്ദത്തിന് ഇങ്ങനെ നീളം കൂടും, ആ ഘനം അനുസരിച്ച്. ഇതേ ഇത്രയും പോയി. ഇനി വക്കത്തെന്നാം, പ്രണവം, വലന്തല കൊട്ടിയാൽ പ്രണവം ആണെന്നാ പറയാ. ഓങ്കാര ശബ്ദം, ഓങ്കാരം, ഓം എന്ന് പറ, അതേ ഛായ, അത് മദ്ദളത്തിന് മാത്രമേ ഉള്ളൂ. പിന്നെ രണ്ടാമത്, എല്ലാ വാദ്യങ്ങളെ പോലെയല്ല, ഇത് ഇടത്തെ കൈ കൊണ്ട് കൂട്ടുന്നത് വലന്തലയും വലത്തെ കൈ കൊണ്ട് കൂട്ടുന്നത് ഇടന്തലയും, അങ്ങനെയാ പറയാ. കാരണം നേരെ എതിരായിട്ടാ പറയാ. ഇതിപ്പം വലത്തെ കൈ കൊണ്ട് ഇതാ, ഇത് ഇടന്തല എന്നാ ഇതിന് പറയാ. ഇത് ഇടത്തെ കൈ കൊണ്ട് കൂട്ടുന്നതാണ് ഇത് വലന്തല. ഇത് വലത്തെ കൈ കൊണ്ട് കൂട്ടുന്നത്, ഇത് ഇടന്തല. നേരെ താതിരിച്ചാ പറയാ. പിന്നെ ഇടന്തലയിൽ അധികം ശബ്ദങ്ങളൊന്നുമില്ല, ഒറ്റ ശബ്ദമേ ഉള്ളൂ. വായത്താരിക്ക് വ്യത്യാസം ഉണ്ടാവും. ണാന്നും താന്നും രീന്നും, അതും അവസരോഹിതം. ആ അക്ഷരം മാറ്റി പറയാമെന്ന് മാത്രമേ ഉള്ളൂ. മദ്ദളത്തിൻ്റെ ജീവൻ മുഴുവൻ വലന്തലയിലാണ്. അത് ദേ ധീം വന്നു, തീ കീ ഇതൊക്കെ ഇതാണ്. ഇനി താം നാം ഒക്കെ ഇവിടെയാണ്. ദേ ഇത് വലന്തല എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് സാക്ഷാൽ ദേവിയുടെ ഭാഗമാണ്, അത് അമ്മയുടെ ഭാഗമാണ്. ഇടന്തല മഹാദേവന്റെ ശിവന്റെ ഭാഗമാണെന്നാ പറയാം. അപ്പം ആ വ്യത്യാസം ഇതിന് കാണാം. അമ്മയുടെ ഭാഗം വലന്തല എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ അത് മൃദുലാണ്, ഈ ജീവൻ അതിൻ്റെ എല്ലാ ഇതും മർമ്മങ്ങളും മുഴുവൻ അവിടെയാണ്. മറ്റത് മഹാദേവന്റെ കഠോരായിട്ടുള്ള തന്നെയാണ്. അങ്ങനെ ഇത് തന്നെയാണ്, ഒറ്റ ശബ്ദമേ ഉള്ളൂ. അത് ചെവി പൊളിയുകയും ചെയ്യും. ആ ചിറ്റിട്ട് കുട്ടിയാൽ ഇപ്പം കുട്ടി അങ്ങനെ കേൾക്കില്ല. മറ്റേ അങ്ങനെയല്ല, അതിന് വായിക്കുകയാണ് എന്നുവെച്ചാലും ആ അതിൻ്റെ ആ സുഖം അധികം ഇതിനേക്കാളും. ഇതേ
As the notes and tonal variations of the Madalam are complex and subtle, so too is the very process of making the Madalam itself. It's not an easy task. It demands precision, exactitude, and hard work on the part of the skilled craftsman in order to obtain the desired result. There are several parts to a Madalam. A cylindrical drum made out of jackwood called the kutti forms the basic body. The key parts of the Madalam are the vattams, or the two rings on the drum face. The vattam contains the kuttu vattam or ulvattam, which is the inner ring on which the drummer's hand falls, and the puravattam, the outer ring. Outside the puravattam is the mudra, where leather threads are woven in order to hold the whole vattam in place. The number of leather pieces in the puravattam changes depending on the size of the kutti. Normally, the puravattam of the Edandala has 2 leather pieces and the puravattam of the Valandala has 5. The first step in the making of the Madalam is to give the kutti its basic shape. Then, the leather pieces for the puravattam are placed in position. After this, both vattams are joined using vars in a zigzag manner. After joining the vattam, a mixture of boiled rice and charcoal is applied on the left hand side, after which the craftsman carefully corrects the Madalam stone. While the curing and the seasoning of the leather and the wood takes about 1.5 months, the actual work on the Madalam takes not less than 12 days. A new Madalam costs 11,000 rupees. One has to undergo years of strenuous training to become a proficient Madalam player. The training starts from the basics of creating tone and rhythm. And for this, a unique instrument called Padapalaga or Shravana Palaga, made out of jackwood, is used.
ഒരു കുട്ടി മദ്ദളം പഠിക്കാൻ വരുമ്പം ആദ്യമായിട്ട് ചിന്തിക്കേണ്ടത് ആരുടെക്കാണോ പഠിക്കാൻ പോകണമെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ആ ഗുരുനാഥൻ എത്രത്തോളം പ്രാപ്തനാണ്, പഠിപ്പിക്കാൻ പ്രാപ്തനാണോ, എനിക്ക് ആവശ്യമുള്ള തരാൻ പഠിപ്പിക്കാനുള്ള പ്രാപ്തനാണോ എന്ന് അറിയണം. അതിനുശേഷം അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ഗുരുനാഥനെ നല്ലൊരു ഗുരുനാഥനെ കണ്ടെത്തുക. കണ്ടെത്തിയതിന് ശേഷം പിന്നെ ദക്ഷിണ വെച്ച് തുടങ്ങുക.
The student starts his training with the Ganapati Kai, the first rhythmic exercise.
5 പാടക്കൈകളാണ് ഉള്ളത്. ഒന്ന് താ, തീ, തോം, നാം. ഇതാണ് ആദ്യത്തെ പാടക്കൈ. മൃദംഗത്തിനും ഇത് തന്നെയാണ്. പിന്നെ ഈ ശബ്ദം ഈ ത, തീ, തോം, നാം എന്താ അങ്ങനെ വന്നതെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ അതിനും പുരാണത്തിൽ പറയുന്നുണ്ട്. എന്താണെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ മഹാദേവൻ്റെ ആ നൃത്ത സമയത്ത് അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ കാലിലെ ചേലമ്പ് ഊരി മേലോട്ട് തെറിച്ചപ്പോൾ അത് താഴേക്ക് വീണാൽ അത് താങ്ങാനുള്ള ശക്തി ഭൂമിക്കില്ല. അത് അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് മനസ്സിലായതുകൊണ്ട് അദ്ദേഹം എന്ത് ചെയ്തു വെച്ചാൽ ആ ചേലമ്പ് സ്വന്തം തലയിലും തോളിലും കാലിൻ്റെ മുട്ടിലും പിന്നെ നിലത്തും അങ്ങനെ ശക്തി കുറച്ച് 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 താഴത്തേക്ക് വീഴ്ത്തി. ആ വീഴുന്ന അപ്പോൾ ഉണ്ടായ ശബ്ദമാണത്രേ ഈ ത തി തോം നാം. ഇതാണത്രേ ആദ്യത്തെ ശബ്ദം, താളശബ്ദം. പിന്നെ രണ്ടാമത്തെ പാടക്കൈ ത ത തി തി തോം തോം നാം നാം. ഇതാണ്. ഇത് ഒരു ഭാഗത്ത് തന്നെ 2 കൈ വീതം കൊട്ടി ശീലിക്കുക. ഇപ്പോൾ തരി എന്ന് പറയുമ്പം തപ എന്നൊക്കെ പറയുമ്പോൾ ഒരു ഭാഗത്തിന് 2 കൈ വീഴും. അങ്ങനെ കൊട്ടി ശീലിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ് രണ്ടാമത്തെ പാടക്കൈ സാധകം ചെയ്ത് കയ്യിൽ വരുത്തേണ്ടത്. അതാണ് ത ത തി തി തോം തോം നാം നാം. പിന്നെ മൂന്നാമത്തെ പടക്കയ്യ. അതെന്തിനാ വെച്ചാൽ 2 കൈയും ഒപ്പം കുട്ടി ശീലിക്കണം, ഒരേ നിമിഷത്തിൽ വീഴണം. അതായത് ഇപ്പം കൊട്ടി വെച്ചാൽ ഇപ്പം ധീം 2 കൈ ഒപ്പാവുന്ന ഒറ്റ ശബ്ദമാവണം. നേരെ കുറച്ച് നേയാൽ പ്രാന്നായാൽ പോവും, സംഗതി മാറും. ധീ എന്നുള്ള ബ്രഹ്മാവും. അതിന് 2 കൈയും ഒപ്പം വീഴ്ത്തി കുട്ടി ശീലിക്കാനുള്ളതാണ് മൂന്നാമത്തെ പടക്കൈ. അത് ഇതാ ധീ കിണ്ണ ധീ കിണ്ണ ധീ 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 കിണ്ണ ധീ കിണ്ണ ധീം. പിന്നെ നാലാമത്തെ മദ്ദള വിഷയത്തിൽ ധീമൃത എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞൊരു വായ്ത്താരി സർവ്വസാധാരണ. ഇനി കഥകളിക്കൂട്ടിലായാലും ശരി, പഞ്ചവാദ്യത്തിലായാലും ശരി, കേളിയിലായാലും ശരി, ഏതിലായാലും ധീമൃത ഇഷ്ടം പോലെ ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പം ആ ധീമൃത വരണിച്ചാൽ ധീ താ ക് താ ധീ താ ക് താ കിണ്ണ ധീം താ ക് താ ധീം താ ക് താ കിണ്ണ. ഇതാണ് നാലാമത്തെ പാടക്കൈ. അത് ധീമൃത കയ്യിൽ വരാനാ. എങ്ങനെ വെച്ചാൽ ധീ താ ക് താ. അപ്പോൾ വലന്തരയുടെ മുകളിൽ പൊത്തിയിട്ട് വന്നു, താന്ന് ഇടന്തരയുടെ മുകളിൽ വന്നു, കീഴ്ന്ന് വക്കത്ത് വന്നു, ആദ്യം ഇടന്തരയുടെ മുകളിൽ വലത്തേക്ക് കൊണ്ട് വന്നു. ധീ 4 അക്ഷരം ധീ താ ക താ. അത് മുറിയാലോ? അത് മുറുകിയിട്ടാണ് ധീമൃത വരിക. ധിത്ത കഥ എന്നുള്ള അതേ സാധനം തന്നെയാണ് മുറുകുമ്പം ധീമൃതയായി മാറുന്നത്. അതായതാ എന്നുള്ളത് അത് ധീമൃത ആയി മാറുന്നത്. അതാ അത് ധീമൃത കിട്ടാൻ വേണ്ടി വരാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ് നാലാമത്തെ പാടക്കൈ സാധകം ചെയ്ത് പഠിക്കണം.
ധി ത ക ത ധി ത ക ത കിണ്ണ ധീം ത ക ത ധീം ത ക ത കിണ്ണ.
പിന്നെ അഞ്ചാമത്തെ പാടക്കൈ അത് താ കേണ കീട്ട താക്ക് താ താ കേണ കീട്ട താക്ക്. അതെന്തിനാന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ ഈ വിരൽ മറയൽ സാധാരണ പണ്ട് വിരൽ മറന്നതിനൊക്കെ അധികം കുഴ മറഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഒന്നും പണ്ടൊക്കെ പഠിച്ചിരുന്നത്. ഇപ്പം കണ്ടമാനം ഈ വിരൽ മറഞ്ഞുള്ള പ്രയോഗം അധികം. അപ്പോൾ ഈ വിരൽ മറഞ്ഞ് ശീലിക്കാൻ താ തക് താക്കെണ്ണ കിട്ട തക്ക് തരിക്കെണ്ണ കിട്ട തക്ക് തക്കണ കിടത്തക്ക് തരിക്കണ കിടത്തക്ക് തെക്കണ കിടത്തക്ക് തരിക്കണ കിടത്തക്ക് തക്കണ കിടത്തക്ക് തരിക്കണ കിടത്തക്ക് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ വിരൽ മറന്നു തന്നെ പറ്റും. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ പിന്നെ കേളി ആണ് പഠിപ്പിക്കുക. മദ്ദളത്തിൻ്റെതായിട്ട് സ്വന്തമായിട്ട് വല്ലതും ചെയ്യാനുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അത് മദ്ദള കേളിയാണ്.
The Maddala Keli, a temple percussion concert of Kerala, is performed after the Deeparadhana, the major evening puja done to the accompaniment of lighted lamps. The Maddala Keli is part of the ritual called Vilakkajaram and is performed by one or more Maddalam players to the accompaniment of the Ilathalam. When the number of Maddalams total 5, it is called the Pancha Maddala Keli.
അതിൻ്റെ രൂപം എന്താണെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ ശരിക്കു പറഞ്ഞാൽ മഹാദേവനെ പാദാദികേശം എങ്ങനെയാണെന്നോ കാണുന്നത് ആ ഛായ തോന്നും അതിൻ്റെ ക്രമീകരണം കണ്ടാൽ.
Keli starts with Mukham, a prelude that explicates the characteristics of the rhythm to be performed. The key part of the Keli is the Patikalam, the first stage, which starts slowly in gradually extending rhythmic cycles in a slow tempo. In the second stage, Murugiya Chembakkoora, a different rhythm of 10 beat cycles, is played. The next stage is the 6 beat cycle Murugiya Panjari Koora. This is followed by the 14 beat cycle Murugiya Adanda Koora. The Edanila marks the end of the recital of the Koora. The Edanila is followed by the Edavattam, which marks the beginning of the Egathala, which gradually gains in tempo till it reaches its peak. The Panchavadyam is the most prominent rhythm orchestra played at the temple festivals of Kerala. The Panchavadyam orchestra is an ensemble of 5 instruments comprising the Timila, the Maddalam, the Edakya, the Ilathalam and the Komba. There are clear traditional regulations that determine the composition of the ensemble and the relative numbers of instruments and artists.
മദ്ദളത്തിന്റെ ഇരട്ടിയിൽ ഒന്നധികം തിമല, അങ്ങനെയാ കണക്ക്. പിന്നെ എത്ര തിമലയുണ്ടോ അത്രയും താളം, അത്രയും കൊമ്പ്. ഇടക്ക ഒന്നോ രണ്ടോ ആവാം. വലിയ പിന്നെ 7 മദ്ദളവും ഒക്കെയുള്ള 2 ഇടക്ക പതിവുണ്ട്.
There are major and minor groups performing the Panchavadyam, with the smallest group comprising of a minimum of 11 artists. The performers usually stand in 4 rows. The Timila player, who leads the ensemble, is at the center of his group of instrumentalists. Behind him line up the Ilathalam players. Opposite the Timila players stand the Maddalam players, behind whom are the Kombo players. The Idakya players stand at both ends of the lines of the Timila and the Maddalam players. The Panchavadyam starts with the blowing of the conch 3 times, symbolizing the holy syllable Om. The Panchavadyam is based on the 14-beat Adanda Talam and it has 5 stages or columns. Starting from Padikalam, which is a very slow tempo of 448 beat cycles, it proceeds to the second stage with 224 beats. And then on to the third stage with 112 beats. fourth stage comprises 56 beats, while the final fifth stage has 28 beats. Apart from the composed part, there is space for improvisation for the Timila, the Madalam and the Edakya players. More importantly, the Kerala orchestral forms have no conductors as in Western orchestras. The artists communicate through their eyes and gestures. The Madalam has come to be a major component in the performance of classical art forms such as Kathakali. The versatile blend of thala and nada, rhythm and tone contributes greatly to the movements and expressions of the performer.
പിന്നെ കഥകളിയിൽ സാധാരണയുള്ളത് ചെമ്പട, ചെമ്പ, അടന്ത, പഞ്ചാരി ഈ 4 താളത്തിലുള്ള കലാശങ്ങളും ഇതൊക്കെ. പിന്നെ അതിൻ്റെ വകഭേദം, അടന്തയുടെ വകഭേദം മുറിയടന്ത, ത്രിപട അതൊക്കെ ഉണ്ട്. എങ്കിലും ഈ 4 താളത്തിനുള്ളിലുള്ളത് മാത്രമേ കഥകളി വിഷയത്തിൽ താളങ്ങളുള്ളൂ.
Even though the thala structure remains the same for all the bhavas or emotions, it's the Madalam artist's talent that enriches the bhavas being enacted by the artist. Since the Kathakali artist conveys the story through Angika Abhinaya, acting with the body, and not through Vajiga Abhinaya or verbal histrionics, the Madalam plays a vital role in aiding the actor to communicate the bhavas to the spectators. Apart from this, there is ample space in which the Madalam artist can freely improvise. The range of the Madalam has changed through time. Today, it can produce minute sounds of nature such as the drone of a black beetle, as also the sound of the veena or the galloping of a horse. Earlier, Panchavadyam, Keli and Kathakali were limited largely to temples, royal palaces and houses of the landed gentry. Today, it has broken free of such cloistered spaces and reached the wider outside world. No matter where it is played, the unique sound of the Madalam fascinates, enticing the listener into a timeless enchantment of rhythm and sound.
Hello and welcome to this session on user education goals, objectives, techniques and methods. T.S. Eliot has written, I quote, "Where is the life we have lost in living? Where is the wisdom we have lost in knowledge? And where is the knowledge we have lost in information?" End of quote. The question as to life could be answered only through living, but rest of the observations are conceptual and consequently relevant to the very idea of libraries as the centers of information or knowledge and field of study dedicated to that cause. Muse has defined user education as, I quote, "instruction given to readers to help them to make best use of the library," end of quote. As for library is concerned, the main purpose of user education is to stimulate the library use. Modern libraries are mechanized institutions. Libraries have developed various tools and techniques to make users help themselves in exploiting the resources of the library. Reference librarians have been playing an important role in initiating fresh users into the library system. With the advent of information age, we need for training the users in the retrieval of information for bibliographical databases, use of online public access catalogs, OPAC, CD products, etc. has become essential. The process of providing information about the library and training in its use is termed as user education or user instruction. As the users include planners, policymakers, managers, specialists, scientists, researchers, etc., the term user education sounds well and goes well over user instruction. Yet another term in vogue for this phenomenon is bibliographic instruction. User education is a program designed and operated by the library or information personnel to teach the users about the resources, the ways to locate the resources, and exploit and use the resources. The user education programs are to be organized on a regular basis and from time to time. User education ranges from initiating a fresh user into the library or information system, teaching about the layout of the library, various units and their location, services offered by the library, and how he or she can take the best advantage of the library or information system, to specialized training in the areas of collecting data, analyzing the same, processing and assimilation. Let's discuss the objectives of user education. The first one is to increase users' awareness of the library as a primary source or recorded information and as an agency to which users might turn with their information needs. The second is to educate users to make effective use of the services and facilities of the library system. The third is to develop user skill in finding information and in identifying and locating bibliographic references for specific purposes. The fourth is to teach effective methods of approaching the information searching task in such a way that the skill learned can be adopted by the users to other library search situations. And last one, to develop in users a sense of initiative and independence for information search, and also to encourage a sense of enjoyment in information searching and in becoming acquainted with various sources of information. Let's now look at goals and objectives of user education. A difficulty in arriving at specific objectives for library use instruction is that it is not a separate discipline, but rather a skill that requires integration with established discipline such as English or social studies or mathematics. These regularly taught courses create library use or the lack of it. The amount of library use emphasized in a course of study is what generates use among the users, and through this use, users learn about information resources. General goals and objectives of library instruction. 1. Creating a love of books and reading. 2. Integrating the library in the school program so that the work of the classroom is enriched and made increasingly vital. 3. Equipping the users with an understanding of the use of books as tools. 4. Aiding the users in building attributes of good citizenship through the use of the library. And 5. Developing responsibility and good work habits through library service contributed by users. Psychological approach in user education. Professor Jesse Dingwall narrates the objectives of user education through psychological approach in the following way. One major set of distinctions is that between cognitive, affective, and psychomotor objectives. Cognitive objectives deal with processes like knowing, recognizing, thinking, conceiving, judging, and reasoning, while affective objectives deal with feeling, emotion, attitude, appreciation, valuing, etc. As for example, the pleasure involved in making use of library resources in order to find information. Psychomotor objectives deals with skilled way of moving, such as the use of a computer terminal. Let's now look at cognitive objectives. Cognitive objectives have been classified in the following 6 major areas. Number 1, knowledge. The ability to remember or recall or recognize ideas, facts, etc. Number 2, comprehension. The ability to receive what is being communicated and make use of it. Number 3, application. The ability to use abstractions, rules, principles, ideas and methods in particular and concrete situations. Analysis. The ability to break down some communication into its constituent elements or parts. The next is synthesis, the ability to work with pieces, parts, elements, etc. and combine or put them together in some way and to form a whole or constitute a new pattern or structure. The next is evaluation, the ability to make quantitative and qualitative judgment about the extent to which materials and methods satisfy criteria. Let's now look at affective objectives. The underlying dimension in the affective domain is one of inner growth that takes place as a user becomes aware of and then adopts the attitudes, principles, codes and sanctions that support his value judgments and guide his conduct. The steps of this domain are 1. Receiving or attending, 2nd. Responding, 3rd. Valuing, 4th. Organization, and 5th. Characterization by value or value complex. This series or behavior shows more and more involvement and commitment or internalizations as one advances from receiving to valuing. Let's now look at psychomotor objectives. Psychomotor domain is the least developed domain, perhaps because it receives only a small part of the effort of teachers and also because many of these objectives seem so clear-cut. Let's now discuss techniques and methods of user education. Education is a long life process. There is no end. As far as library activity is concerned, the users are illiterates. They need some sort of user education on how to use library resources and services because the collection libraries are very complicated. To know how to use and what the service available is, etc., they must need assistance and guidance. Following are the major important techniques and methods for educating the user. First one, introduction to the library. Library timing. Opening and closing hours on weekdays and holidays, close of the day, times for issues and return of books, layout of library, building floor areas, collection, etc., location of various sections, services, etc. Library rules. Number of books to be issued according to category of borrowers, types of books, long period of reference books, periodicals, general books and other categories of books, overdue charges, reservation of books. Staff. Introduction with staff and charges of each section. Procedures. Information about membership registration and borrowing procedure. Introduction of library tools and techniques, which include scheme of classification, its features and class number, representing subjects, arrangement of subjects, catalog inner form, author, title, subject, etc. of the catalog, how to use catalog, how to find books with the use of catalog, shelf arrangement and special collections. Introduction to information sources. It includes type of reference books and information contained in this. For example, dictionary, encyclopedia, directory of quotations, bibliographical dictionaries, gazetteers, almanacs, subject encyclopedia, subject biography, abstract, indexes, several publications, demographic sources, standards, primary and secondary information sources, use of non-traditional sources. The next is library orientation. It is an introduction to library building, card catalog and some basic reference materials. The orientation aimed to the follow: motivation for searching and using the information, creating awareness about available information resources, exposing them to various organizational tools of the library. The next is library instruction. It teaches the users how to use the indexes, bibliographic tools, abstracts and other reference materials. This method often gives instructions to the researchers in their field to get specific information resources. The aims are as follows: provide specific instructions to how to use and understand specific information system, information sources and tools. The next is bibliographic instruction. Normally, it's difficult to use the bibliographic tools because of their organizational pattern. Thus, these instructions aim to exposing the users to bibliographical tools. It also provides guidance to understand the features of these tools and their nature of subject coverage. ICT and web-based education. The modern libraries are at the behest of ICT. This results in the development of opaque system, electronic document delivery system, multimedia applications and internet and so on. As the user of the library faced bewildering fractional arrangements of classification and cataloging, the implementation of ICT complicated or aggravated this further. This results in preventing and minimizing the use of library resources as well as services of the library. To avoid these phenomena, it is necessary for libraries to redesign the user education programs, and in the changing environment, the user needs a specific training in the use of library services. The web-based user education provides a high degree of interactivity and flexibility to the users. Web guides and teaching tools are found everywhere on the web because they are easily updated, accessed and printed on demand. The library websites can use web-based user education for imparting training to users in teaching the basic library skills along with glossary of library terms, using library opaque, locating books, magazines, biographical data and other library materials, understanding how to navigate the library's website and how to select the most relevant database, instructions for searching CD-ROM and guidance in locating web-based databases and other electronic resources and instructions on subject searching, training, using Boolean operators and searching internet resources through search engines. Other important methods. 1. Lecture method. It may be formal or informal. 2. Advertising. Paper, journal, posters, pamphlets, etc. If it is limited to a particular small geographical area. If it is online database, then it requires a very wide advertisement through papers, journals, etc. 3. The workshop. About the CD-ROM, online services, and then gives hands-on practice workshop. 4. Brochures. It is brought out by each and every industry. It may contain history, use benefits, comparison, purchases, addressee in brochures and leaves. 5. Newsletters. 6. Demonstration method. 7. Book exhibition. 8. Display of new arrivals. 9. Mass media. Services to the users. Services to the users can be provided as follows. 1. Search assistance. 2. Dissemination. 3. Notification. 4. Reference. 5. Referral. 6. Document reproduction. And 7. Translation. There is no doubt that the user education program brought a positive change to the respondents' behavior towards library use, considering their previous background. Much can be achieved if some efforts would be put towards those faculties that have small number of participants in user education classes. The librarians are responsible for leading user education development or in important positions to contribute to user education development programs. Proper user education helps the library users to save the time, and the saved time can be used for further intellectual works. This can be done successfully by incorporating end-user education and training components in the academic libraries, developing continuing professional education and training programs for the library and information professionals, as well as the end users will have to develop learning attitude and network related competence to us by the information and communication technologies. Now let's summarize what we have discussed in this session. The user education programs creating an awareness of the availability of information relevant to different needs and situations, different tools and approaches to information searching and accessing, also how it develops the ability to extract, synthesize and package information to suit individual needs and convenience. I can give you some assignments. The effectiveness of multimedia for library user education. User education programs of university libraries in India. Demonstrating an awareness of current instructional technologies available. Discussing the various issues surrounding collaborating with others on instructional plans. The last one, demonstrating an understanding of the history and current position of user education within the library profession. Here are some references. The book titled Academic Libraries, written by Chaturvedi D.D. in 1994, published by Emmrc, New Delhi. The next is Users' Approach in Information and Libraries, written by G. Devarajan in 1989 and published by S.S. New Delhi. Another one is Library and Information User and User Studies, written by G. Devarajan, published in 1995 by Beacon Book, New Delhi. The next is Library and Society, written by S.K. S. Pandey in 1992, published by S.S. New Delhi. Another book is Library and Users, written by P.S.G. Kumar in 2004 and published by B.R. Publishing Corporation, New Delhi. Thank you for watching this session. Until we meet again, goodbye.
Welcome to Interface. Today we have an eminent plant taxonomist of India, former director of Botanical Survey of India, presently INSA senior scientist. Welcome to Interface.
Thank you.
You have a very good experience on the taxonomic of angiospermic plants of India. Could you explain what is the present status of taxonomy in India?
Well, taxonomy has taken a back seat of late. You are aware of the opportunities for the young taxonomists are limited, and therefore it has taken a back seat. But now with the opportunities coming up in certain organizations, particularly like Botanical Survey of India, Zoological Survey of India, and also in the university system, people taking interest has helped to attract the students again back into taxonomy. And I am sure that the young taxonomists with their interest can outmarvel the taxonomic field and do an excellent job to put the India in the forefront.
Okay. Can you explain in a nutshell what are the activities of Botanical Survey of India?
The main purpose, the name itself is survey. So the organization has to survey all plant resources in the country and document their distribution, identification, then their uses in the entire country, and produce the flora of the country.
Yes.
Of all groups of plants.
Not only angiosperms, all
Angiosperms, pteridophytes, gymnosperms, and bryophytes.
You have made a lot of innovations and in this Botanical Survey of India. Can you explain what are the things you have done in Botanical Survey of India as director?
We have about 12 regional centers across the country. We have and most of them are situated in biodiversity rich areas. And particularly I would say in the northeast India, we have 3 regional centers, one at Sikkim, one at Arunachal Pradesh, the oldest center is at Shillong. So in addition to that, we want to open one more center sometime somewhere in Mizoram to document the unrecorded resources of plant resources of our country from that region. Because it has 2 hotspot regions in the country. One is the Himalayan hotspot, which converge there on the north of Brahmaputra Valley. The other is the Indo-Burma hotspot, which is in the rest of Northeast India. And similarly, we have a center in Andaman Nicobar Islands. So in Andaman Nicobar Islands, again it shares 2 hotspots in the world. The one is the Indo-Burma hotspot, that is the Andaman group of islands, and the other is the Nicobar group of islands, which is the Sundaland hotspot. So these areas we want to concentrate, because from the beginning these areas were inaccessible, and to document the resources it was much difficult. In the present situation, we are able to make inroads into many of the inaccessible areas and collect the resources and discover many new plant species. Not only us, even in the university system, people are discovering new species from the northeast. And also this helps us to locate the species which are considered as disappeared from the surface of the earth. They have been relocated in many cases in the northeast India.
Can you explain the present status of our flora, Indian flora?
Flora of India, which was actually launched in 1970s, it took a very slow pace of its activity, and it has reached a very good stage in 70s and 80s. Okay. And after that it has declined, because many senior scientists have retired, and the young scientists, it takes time for them to really achieve the status of a good taxonomist, because taxonomist matures when he is about to retire.
Okay.
So therefore it takes lot of time. Now we have a good set of people who have really matured into good taxonomists, who can do the work at par with any of the international taxonomic centers.
Again, you have mentioned about the hotspots. Can you explain what is a hotspot?
Hotspot is a diversity rich area in terms of both animal and plant species with very high endemism.
Yes.
But one negative point of these hotspots is hotspots are always most highly disturbed areas. So that's why the name hotspot has been given to these places.
So they have both negative as well as positive condition.
We are happy because they are high diversity spots in the world. We are not happy because they are most disturbed spots in the world. In south we have the another hotspot, Indo-Sri Lankan or Western Ghats Sri Lankan hotspot, and the Western Ghats is one of the well-known hotspots, and particularly for not just plant species, particularly animal species. In animals, in particular the amphibians, the frogs. What we thought we have only a few species of frogs in this country, and now they have discovered more than 150 species of frogs from the Western Ghats itself. So there are many groups of plants, animals for which there are no specialists, and we are unable to document the resources that we have. And this is one of the oldest hotspots because it is on the attached to the brink of the Gondwana land, the oldest landmass.
Gondwana, this part of that one.
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain the number of the biodiversity of India? The number of angiosperms, like any?
Angiosperms, yes, we have about so far documented about 18,200 species so far documented, and these numbers are being added every year, you know, at the rate of nearly 35 to 50 species are discovered every year and added to this. At the same time, through intensive taxonomic study, some of the species already discovered have been reduced as synonyms also. So even then, the number of species stand today at 18,200, which is almost equivalent to about 0.7% of the world angiosperms.
Okay. So that much diversity we have.
That much diversity, but still, as I told you in the beginning, that Northeast India and the Andaman Nicobar Islands and the Western Ghats still have many species to be discovered.
Okay.
Because there are many areas which are still inaccessible.
Coming to this endangered species, can you explain what is the condition of this endangered taxa in India?
Yes. About 30% of angiosperms or the flowering plants have been identified as threatened in our country. But this is purely based on the literature and the herbarium availability of the herbarium specimens in different herbaria and repositories in our country, and to a little extent the field evaluation of the populations of these species. But there is a need for studying these, whatever has been identified as threatened, using IUCN and red list categories. There is a need for assessing them in the field, and thus that takes a long time, and assessment in the field is a very tough job to do, and the youngsters have to go into the field and locate these specimens and identify number of individuals of these species. For example, if you take in Kerala state itself, in the Western Ghats, southern Western Ghats, we have one species called Dialium travancoricum.
Yes.
And that species, since its discovery in 1920 or something, it has been it is known only by 3 individuals.
Okay.
There are only 3 trees.
3 trees. Okay. There is no regeneration of trees.
There is no regeneration. Nobody has studied why there is no regeneration, why there is no recruitment of seedlings. As this problem is there, and unless we study the biology of these species, their recruitment, why it is not happening, what is the reproductive biology, why there is no seed set, if there is a seed set, why there is no seedling recruitment, is there a need for dispersal of these seeds through dispersal agents, whether those dispersal agents are present or absent, we do not know anything about this species. But we know only in southern Western Ghats, only 3 individuals which are growing.
Still they are.
Still they are there. There is a fruit set.
Okay.
But the trees are so tall, we are unable to collect the fruits, and the fruits, when they fall, they are all sterile.
Sterile only. Okay. Nobody studied on the
no, nobody has studied the biology of these things.
Reproductive biology, nothing.
Nothing. Okay. Being very tall, and the bole is also very tall, unless we have a system to climb over the tree and sit there on the top of the tree for some time in the canopy and make the observations, it's difficult to say why the plant is failed to disperse or recruit seedlings under the tree.
Okay. So soon it will become an extinct species.
I am afraid it might become, if we do not study and develop some methods to multiply this plant.
Whether they are located in a particular area or?
Yeah, they are located in a place called Ariyankavu. Only in that Panmudi Ariyankavu range, only 3 trees are there so far.
Reported. Okay.
Yes.
And you have mentioned about the herbarium. Can you explain the importance of herbarium in taxonomic studies?
Herbarium is the most important, because the very study of plants started taken a very good shape in the initial stages with the development of herbarium.
Okay.
Because every specimen prior to development of discovery of herbarium, every specimen has to be studied in fresh condition in the field.
Yes.
And that is not always possible. So now if you collect plants, large number of plants, and if you press them, dry them, and mount them into herbarium sheets and store them, which can be stored for maybe centuries. We have the oldest herbarium which was developed in 1540.
1540. Oh.
So we have, in our country, we have about 300-400-year-old specimens in the Central National Herbarium at Calcutta.
Okay.
So we can study, the herbarium helps us to study plants back in the laboratory for a long time.
Okay.
And easy to identify, easy to preserve them. Only certain things like the flower color and the height of the plant and those field details, we have to get the details from the field.
That will be in that field note.
Yes, field notes we have to give. So, and it will be useful for educating people also. So, in the practical demonstration, you can easily show the herbarium specimen how a plant looks like, and then when they go to the field, they should be able to identify and say that this is the plant that we have seen in the dried condition.
Okay. And you have mentioned about the IUCN category, certain species of India.
Right.
What are the measures we can adopt for conserving these threatened species?
For conservation, there are 2 methods, where one is ex situ, another is in situ. That means in the natural habitat is in situ, and away from the natural habitat in the botanical gardens and all, or in the seed banks, is ex situ. So in the in situ condition is the most preferred type of conservation, because the plant will be evolving in the nature, and it will have the pollinators, its enemies, and its dispersal and the microclimate. So it will be developing nicely in the natural conditions. Whereas in the ex situ situation, the pollinator may be absent.
Okay.
And it may not be able to flower or fruit, or it may take more time to flower and fruit. But in the absence of large area for natural conservation, then if there are very few individuals in the nature, the only alternative is to have the seeds in the seed bank and grow them in the botanical gardens, and use the method of multiplication through tissue culture and other methods.
And connected to this, can you explain the biopiracy? That is
biopiracy, of course, after we are all signatories to the Convention on Biological Diversity since 1992. And that has given the sovereign rights for whatever resources that we have in our country. So therefore, anybody outside the country, if they want to use the bioresources, they have to take the permission from our National Biodiversity Authority, and then take the resources on a permission basis. Otherwise, they cannot take. But there are people who come here and take away some of the seeds or the spores or even the soil samples which contain our bioresources without permission, and that is we consider as the bioresource.
And coming back to this angiosperm taxonomy,
Right.
I think many of this inventorization of these higher plants are over, but still we have a lot to do on these lower groups. Why there is a gap?
Actually, in the past, both even in Botanical Survey of India or in the university system also, there were very few people to work on the lower groups of plants. And I would say that it was a neglected group. But we have realized in the Botanical Survey of India, at least when I was heading the department, I made it a point that we should encourage more people in the lower groups of plants. And therefore, you can see today, there are many people in pteridophytes, bryophytes, lichens, fungi. We have recruited large number of people. And in addition to that, the one thing with the Minister of Environment and Forest Government of India did, is to give a capacity building program in taxonomy in India, which helped us to train about nearly 250 PhD students in different groups of lower groups of plants.
Okay.
And also certain neglected higher groups of plants. You can say that particularly lichens and palms, we have and grasses.
Okay.
These are the three main groups that in which we have trained. And many of these well-trained people, whatever limited vacancies that were available in Botanical Survey of India, they have been recruited and they have been doing very well in the Botanical Survey of India for documenting our resources from different particularly the low priority areas or high diversity rich areas.
Okay. Can you explain what are the funding sources for doing this kind of floristics or
Floristics, again, this was a neglected field. The funding agencies were not giving funds to taxonomy, particularly floristic survey or faunistic survey for that matter. Government of India realized at one point of time that they should consider this as one of the thrust areas. And they, then onwards, many experts felt that we should encourage taxonomy in our country and not just angiosperms, in other groups of plants and other groups of animals also. So the main funding agencies are for taxonomy or floristic studies of plants. It is mainly from Ministry of Environment and Forest and Climate Change of Government of India. In addition to that, the DST, the Department of Science and Technology, and to a little extent, the Department of Biotechnology also supports the programs under this.
When you mentioned about the ex situ conservation,
Right.
Can you explain the important botanical gardens in India?
We have the main, of course, the oldest and the largest botanic garden in Asia is the Acharya Jagdish Chandra Bose Indian Botanic Garden at Howrah in Calcutta. That is the oldest garden and the largest garden that we have.
When it was established?
It was established in 1787 by Colonel Robert Kidd.
Okay.
And we have about nearly 45 gardens across the country. And interestingly, the Government of India has taken an initiative to support most of these gardens as lead botanic gardens under the program called Assistance to Botanic Garden. And the very main purpose of assistance to botanic garden is to develop infrastructural facilities or augment the infrastructural facilities and conserve the species which are considered threatened, identified by Botanical Survey of India in the ex situ conditions in most of these gardens. And each garden has been given a set of a number of species, and those species are to be conserved in this garden. And ultimately multiply them, develop nursery techniques for those species and take them to the field, and with the help of the respective state forest departments, rehabilitate these species in the nature.
Okay.
This is the very purpose of assistance to botanic gardens.
First to raise these seedlings and then
develop nursery techniques, raise the seedlings, and the saplings which are sufficiently old, which can survive in nature, can be taken back and reintroduced in the nature.
Can you give any example of such kind of reintroduction in that
Say,
in situ conservation?
So one very good example I can say is in Jog Falls in Western Ghats, particularly in the Karnataka part of Western Ghats, there was one species, one grass which was discovered in 1919, around 19 in the first decade of 1990s, and thus grass disappeared. Nobody could collect even after 120 years. Ultimately, the scientists, particularly Professor S.R. Yadav from Kolhapur, Shivaji University, he discovered this species, relocated them and multiplied in large scale, and Department of Biotechnology gave him funds to rehabilitate this in the nature.
Okay.
He has not only introduced in Jog Falls of Karnataka, he has also introduced similar habitats in Karnataka, Maharashtra area, and now that has been rehabilitated and it is multiplying on its own, and it is beyond threat now.
Okay.
Unless the climate change changes the rainfall pattern, it continues to exist without any problem. Okay. So it is huge populations have been developed in many of these areas.
Okay.
That is one very good example I can give.
Okay.
There is another plant which has been done in Northern Circle of Botanical Survey of India. It's a labiate plant which has also survived now in many localities there.
Can you explain the global taxonomic initiative which can support our this biodiversity studies?
Yes, the Convention on Biological Diversity have taken an initiative to build taxonomic base, particularly in biodiversity rich areas, and they have been they are encouraging with limited funds, of course, in different countries, both in Africa and South America, in Asia, to build a taxonomic base so that the documentation can be completed at the earliest.
Okay.
And India has shown a leading progress in particularly in taxonomic initiative. As I said, that All India coordinated project on capacity building in taxonomy in India has really helped, and in the last conference of parties meeting in Hyderabad, it was highly appreciated that Indian efforts, and this was taken as a model for other developing countries to initiate taxonomic training programs, so that the documentation can be completed before 2020. China has taken a great initiative in collaborating with particularly the European and American taxonomists, and being a very large country, one of the mega diverse countries, it has completed documentation of its flora. Whatever is known till say 2010, they have completed documentation in 25 volumes, about 25,000 species of flowering plants. And we too have about nearly 18,000 species of flowering plants. But our pace of work is very, very slow. Similarly, initiative has been taken by Australia for the entire continent, and they are also progressing very fast. And the Flora Malaysian program in the Malaysian region, particularly Malaysia, Indonesia and the Philippines, they have initiated that program is also taking very, 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 very fast.
And I think a similar kind of work they already done in Sri Lanka, then Bangladesh and Pakistan,
yes,
Bhutan.
Yes. But they are being small countries. They were able to complete their floras because they are not comparable to even to one single state of our country, and they had limited taxonomists of their own, and they invited people from Europe and other places, and they could complete their floras, particularly in Sri Lanka, and the Kew Botanic Garden completed, Royal Botanic Garden Kew completed in the flora of Sri Lanka, and the Royal Botanic Garden Edinburgh completed the flora of Sikkim, and again the Pakistan flora also in collaboration with the Royal Botanic Garden Kew and British Museum, they were able to complete, and Nepal has been able to come out with some volumes of flora with the help of Tokyo Museum. We should also take similar initiative if we want to complete the flora at a faster rate.
But in the present scenario, we have very good taxonomists, especially in the field of adjustment taxonomy. Whether with their collaboration and institutes and universities and other departments, colleges, can we?
Definitely, we should augment this process because the habitat loss and the climate change, which is bringing many areas completely, divide of flora and fauna. So it is better that now we should take initiative. The government should take initiative to collaborate with the Europeans and Americans to complete our flora, and that will help us to train our own students for the future.
So far we have been discussing about this traditional taxonomy. What is your opinion about this molecular taxonomy?
In my opinion, first we should document, we should know what we have in our country. Then where we have problems, like taxonomic complexes, what we call, those complex species can be resolved using molecular methods. That will really help us. We presume that it will help us, but it has not made any big headway among plants, particularly in India.
So that means without knowing our plants, we are going for this molecular.
In a way, it is good. At least we can experiment with some small groups of plants, whether really molecular techniques will help us to resolve the complexes that we visualize during our morphological studies.
That will really end up in a mess, or
it is difficult to say, because there are some case studies in other countries where they have, which has helped us, but particularly with this angiosperm phylogeny group, from genus and above, particularly at the family level and above, it has helped us a lot in regrouping the entire system of classification. But at the species level and infra-specific level, it is very difficult to understand whether really it will help us or not. But it has certainly helped in animals, particularly in butterflies. And we in India, there are many people who have been working. And what was thought earlier as 5 or 6 different species is now a single species. What was thought as a single species has been resolved into 3 or 4 species using molecular methods.
So what is the scenario of our this barcoding of plants, especially?
Barcoding, yes, there was a program of the Department of Biotechnology, and there were serious problems. Initially, orchids and some berberries and some groups were bamboos, gingers you have taken up, and these groups have been taken up, and it was not really very successful.
Yes. But in the case of animals, it is very successful.
Yes, in case of animals, it was possible because they depend on a single mitochondrial gene.
Yes.
Whereas in plants, we have to depend on 2-3 different types of genes.
So finally, what message you can give to our young budding taxonomists?
They have to concentrate, they should have patience, because taxonomy expertise cannot be developed in 1 or 2 years or 3 years. They have to continuously work very hard and honestly, and definitely they will be able to come out with excellent results and show to the world based on our bioresources that we have in our country.
And most in the field.
Yes, because taxonomy itself is a field oriented subject. They cannot be worked under 4 walls. One has to go out in the field, and one has to be adventurous to go into the field and study the plants nicely in the field and then come out with the results.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing your great experience and knowledge. Thank you.
welcome to the session on Aesthetics of Romanticism. Romanticism was an artistic movement that took place during the late 18th century in Europe. It chose intuition and emotion over rationalism. This, together with the ideologies and events of the French Revolution, laid the foundations from which both Romanticism and the Counter-Enlightenment emerged. At that time, Europe was engrossed in an industrial revolution, and society began to challenge conventional forms of neoclassicism in art, music, and literature. The generation of revolution and wars, of stress and upheaval, produced doubts on the security of the age of reason. Doubts and pessimism now challenged the hope and optimism of the 18th century. People felt a deepened concern for the metaphysical problems of existence, death, and eternity. It was in this background that Romanticism was born. The essential spirit of Romanticism was one of revolt against an established order of things. Romanticists fought against precise rules, laws, dogmas, and formulas that characterized classicism in general and the late 18th century neoclassicism in particular. They praised imagination over reason, emotions over logic, and intuition over science, and thus made way for a vast body of literature of great sensibility and passion. The term romantic first appeared in the 18th century English and originally meant romance-like, that is, resembling the fanciful character of medieval romances. In the 17th century, we find the word employed in two different senses. When the Englishman Thomas Bailey used the adjective romantic for the first time in 1650, it was to criticize the untruth of fictional writings. At the same period, romantic was applied in a positive sense to the landscape paintings of Claude Lorraine, Nicolas Poussin, and Salvatore Rosa. So, in parallel to the motley, untamed inventiveness of the fictional world, we have the picturesqueness of depictions of nature informed with emotion. Later, it began to suggest a movement whose central characteristics were revolt, self-expression, and individual uniqueness. Beginning in the last decades of the 18th century, it transformed poetry, the novel, drama, painting, sculpture, all forms of concert music, especially opera and ballet. The roots of Romanticism can be traced in the work of Jean-Jacques Rousseau and Immanuel Kant. Other philosophers and writers associated with the Romantic movement include Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, Friedrich Wilhelm Joseph von Schelling, and George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel in Germany, Samuel Taylor Coleridge, and William Wordsworth in Britain. Philosophically, Romanticism represents a shift from the objective to the subjective. The importance of Romantic philosophy in aesthetics can be delineated through a simple example. Imagine three people looking at a landscape. One is a farmer, another a property developer, and the third an artist. The farmer would see the potential for raising crops and livestock, the property developer the chance to build houses, and the artist at the shades and subtleties of color and form. None of these individuals is seeing the landscape objectively. They are seeing it from a particular or subjective viewpoint. The move from the objective to the subjective is a result of Kant's idea that human beings do not see the world directly but through a number of categories. We do not directly see things in themselves. we only understand the world through our human point of view. If we agree with Kant that we can never know things in themselves, we may as well discard them. This leads to idealism, the belief that what we call the external world is somehow created by our minds. The Enlightenment's emphasis on the empirical deterministic universe left little room for the freedom and creativity of the human spirit. The Romantic emphasis is on art, and imagination is a direct critical reaction to the mechanical view of some Enlightenment figures. The Romantic landscapes are a good example for this. In landscape art, Romantics picked subjects that elevated nature, often dwarfing the human in comparison. Sometimes Romantic art depicted sentimental and heroic figures. These seemed small in relation to the forces of nature. Yet humanity remained a focal point of their work. Nature is portrayed as vague, powerful, and barely restrained. Frederick's Wanderer Above the Sea and Fog shows a solitary gentleman looking out over a seascape with breakers smashing against the shore. The figure seems to contemplate the elements with stoic determination mixed with admiration and awe. The wanderer is focused on nature, even while all of nature seems focused upon him. The ideas of Jean-Jacques Rousseau about nature and simplicity, from Johann Gottfried Herder, who rejected classicism and searched for authenticity of the true people, and a fascination with medieval times, they all seem to meet harmoniously in Frederick's paintings. In Romantic age, instead of an aesthetics based on inescapable values, there developed in England and France a doctrine of the beautiful based on individual taste and sensibility. The feeling and sentiment of the individual artist and viewer of art now became the key factor. Ultimately, this implied a turn to a psychological approach to art, which by the middle of the 19th century began to concentrate on its more sensational aspects. In the book A Philosophical Enquiry into the Origins of Our Ideas of the Sublime and Beautiful, published in 1757, Edmund Burke paved the road to an aesthetics of awesome and pleasurable terrors. After Burke's attempt to base the visual arts on a theory of human passions, the categories of the grand and sublime, the archaically rugged, the mental stimuli provoked by the bizarre, obscure, chaotic, even the shock effects which exposed the depths and abysses of the human soul, came increasingly to figure in European thinking as the motive forces behind truly compelling works of art. Around the time of Burke's treatise, the concept of the picturesque became a key term. The word connoted psychological moods triggered by certain themes and also by certain modes of formal depiction. Uvedale Price published essays on picturesque in 1795. Followed by this, around the turn of the century, Richard Payne Knight argued that picturesqueness was based above all on values of light and color. A short time later, this was put into practice by William Turner in watercolors and oils of a decidedly romantic flavor. Now let us look at the contributions of some other important thinkers who played major roles in shaping the Romantic age. Generally, these thinkers felt that for human beings, it was our own day-to-day living that was the center of our search for the truth. Reason and the evidence of our senses were important, no doubt, but they mean nothing to us unless they touch our needs, our feelings, our emotions. Only then do they acquire meaning. This meaning is what the Romantic movement is all about. Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Jean-Jacques Rousseau is considered as the intellectual father of Romanticism. For Rousseau, habits, values, rules and standards imposed by a civilization grounded in reason and reason only had to be abandoned. Man is born free and everywhere he is in chains, Rousseau had written. Whereas the philosophers saw man in common, that is, as creatures endowed with reason, the Romantics saw diversity and uniqueness, that is, those traits which set one man apart from another and traits which set one nation apart from another. Discover yourself, express yourself was the slogan of the Romantic artists. Play your own music, write your own drama, paint your own personal vision, live, love and suffer in your own way. The Romantics were passionate about their subjectivism, about their tendency towards introspection. Rousseau's autobiography, The Confessions, began with the following words: I am commencing an undertaking hitherto without precedent and which will never find an imitator. I desire to set before my fellows the likeness of a man in all the truth of nature, and that man myself alone. I know the feelings of my heart and I know men. I am not made like any of those I have seen. I venture to believe that I am not made like any of those who are in existence. If I am not better, at least I am different. Arthur Schopenhauer. Arthur Schopenhauer was born in February 22nd, 1788 in Danzig, Prussia. In 1819, he published his greatest work, The World as Will and Idea. To Schopenhauer, the phenomenal world is basically an illusion. The true reality, Kant's thing in itself, he refers to as will. It is out of the will that everything derives, but it has more the qualities of a force and pushes or drives what we perceive as the phenomenal world. Will is the inner nature of all things. So, if you want to understand some things or someone's inner nature, you need only look within yourself. So the will also drives us through our instincts. Aesthetic salvation, seeing the beauty in something or someone, he believed, is one of the ways to get past suffering. When we do this, we are actually looking at the universal or essence behind the scene, which moves us in turn towards the universal subject within ourselves. This quiets the will that forces us into the phenomenal world. Schopenhauer believed that music was the purest art, one step from will. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. Goethe was born in 1749 in Frankfurt am Main in Germany. Goethe's greatest work is his two-part play Faust. Although he began writing it in 1773, it would not be finished until 1831. The first part, however, could stand alone and it was completed in 1808. Its theme was human freedom and the power of passion. In addition to his poetry, novels and plays, Goethe spent considerable time on science. He studied medicine, anatomy, physics, chemistry, botany and meteorology. In 1792, he completed the two-part contributions to optics and in 1810 the three-part on the theory of colors. He truly believed that it was these works that would be his greatest contributions. Instead, few scientists approved of them and they were to make little serious impact on the field. His work would make an impression on various artists, though including Turner, Klee and Kandinsky. His approach was really more phenomenological than experimental, and his work reflected more on the subjective experiences of color and light than on their physics. Schelling and Coleridge. Schelling agreed with Kant that the only object we have direct knowledge of is consciousness. The external world is seen as an adjunct to what is more real, the mind. The way that the mind will come to full awareness of itself is through art. Coleridge was interested in the psychology of artistic creativity and was dissatisfied with the empiricist idea that the mind was merely a passive absorber of impressions. After reading Schelling and other idealists, he found a way to criticize the over-mechanical view of the Enlightenment. The mechanical view of the mind is atomistic. It is simply the sum of its experience. Coleridge saw the mind more in organic terms, its functions more like an organism than an engine. The organism can be creative, but it is difficult to see how an engine could create poetry. Coleridge felt that his version of idealism could be reconciled with his Christian beliefs and that Kant's moral theories were in tune with Christian sentiments. Coleridge thought that intellectuals had an important role in disseminating culture in order to bring society closer to a state of harmony. Hegel. G.W.F. Hegel was the most influential of the German idealist philosophers, perhaps the most important philosopher since Kant. He became a professor at Heidelberg in 1816 and was professor of philosophy at Berlin from 1818 until his death in 1831. Like other idealists, he agrees with Kant that the mind is not simply a passive absorber of the external world, but actively organizes it. As the mind cannot know things in themselves, what becomes the real is Geist, mind, spirit or soul. As Hegel says, the real is the rational and the rational is the real. Hegel sees Geist developing through history, each period having a Zeitgeist, a spirit of the age. These stages will eventually reach the telos, Greek for end, of self-understanding, that is when Geist comes to know itself. He called this process dialectical. A dialectical process is one in which a starting position, the thesis, proves to be inadequate and so throws up its opposite, the antithesis. Both of these positions are unsatisfactory and progress will only occur when a superior understanding occurs. It is only when Geist comes to know itself that we can be free. It is only possible to be free if we understand reality. If we do not understand reality, we are not in a position to make a free judgment. We struggle in vain against that which we do not understand. For Hegel, each person's individual consciousness or mind is really part of the absolute mind. It is just that the individual does not realize this. If we understood that we were part of a greater consciousness, we would not be so concerned with our individual freedom. We would agree with to act rationally in a way that did not follow our individual caprice. By following the real or the rational, each individual would achieve self-fulfillment. The true content of romantic thought, Hegel writes, is absolute internality, the adequate and appropriate form of which is spiritual subjectivity or conscious personality as comprehension of its own independence and freedom. Following Hegel, two different interpretations of Hegelianism spawned two different groups. The old Hegelians who uncritically accepted Hegel's views and the young Hegelians who wanted to continue the revolution of ideas using Hegel's dialectics. Ludwig Feuerbach and Karl Marx were the most influential of these. Søren Abbé Kierkegaard. Søren Kierkegaard was born in Copenhagen on May 5, 1813, the youngest of 7 children. In 1843, he published Either Or. It takes the form of an argument about how to live life between an aesthetic man and an ethical man, very probably reflecting 2 aspects of Kierkegaard's own soul. The aesthetic man is basically a hedonist and an atheist. Although he is portrayed as a refined gentleman, his sections of the book are rambling, suggesting that his life is likewise without focus. The ethical man is adjudged, and his arguments are far more orderly and eloquent. He spends considerable time analyzing the ancient Roman Emperor Nero and his mental states. Throughout his works, he was concerned with passions. He defined anxiety, for example, as the dizziness of freedom. Despair is what the hedonist feels when he finally recognized the emptiness of his life. Guilt is what the ethical man feels when he inevitably discovers his inability to forgive himself. These definitions would profoundly influence a number of later philosophers and writers. Kierkegaard is often considered the first existentialist, mostly because of the way he used the word existence. He said that God doesn't exist because he is eternal. Only people exist because they are always an unfinished product. And the nature of existence is, first, that it is the domain of the individual, and second, that individual must take responsibility for his or her own creation. There is little doubt the great masters of the Romantic period influenced each other, and the mood of the age crossed disciplines. There can be no doubt that Romanticism, though it had an enormous resonance in Germany, was a phenomenon that pervaded all of Europe during the late years of the 18th century and the transition period to an industrialized society in the 19th. It even occasionally overleapt the borders of Europe, for instance, stimulating American painters of the late 19th century to develop a unique version of the style, above all in the field of landscape painting. As far as the unreal and eerie, the dark and evil ingredients of the Romantic mood are concerned, sufficient examples are found in English and French literature and art, where they were indeed often carried to extremes, giving rise to the concept of black romanticism. One power possessed by the Romantic, a power distinct and superior to reason, was imagination. Imagination might apprehend immediate reality and create in accordance with it. The Romantics did not merely say that there were irrational ways of intuiting reality. They rejected materialism and utilitarianism as types of personal behavior and as philosophies. They sought a regeneration we can liken to that of the medieval heretic or saint. They favored selfless enthusiasm, an enthusiasm which was an expression of faith and not as the product of utilitarian calculation. Emotion, unbridled emotion, was celebrated irrespective of its consequences. The 3 theses of Romanticism can be summarized as: first one, the universe is a single unified whole. Everything is connected to everything else. The world is not simply a collection of unrelated atomic particles and isolated minds. Second, the universe is full of values, tendencies and life. The universe is not composed merely of lifeless matter. It is not completely objective, consisting only of the formal mathematical properties of matter extended in space and time. Third, reason, objectivity, and analysis radically falsify reality by breaking it up into disconnected lifeless entities. The best way of perceiving reality is through some subjective feelings or intuition through which we participate in the subject of our knowledge instead of viewing it from the outside. We have discussed some of the major thinkers and their concepts which shaped the Romantic Age. Now let us wind up this session with a quote from Isaiah Berlin. For the Romantics, Berlin says, in the realm of ethics, politics, aesthetics, it was the authenticity and sincerity of the pursuit of inner goals that mattered. This applied equally to individuals and groups, states, nations, movements. This is most evident in the aesthetics of Romanticism, where the notion of eternal models, a Platonic vision of ideal beauty which the artist seeks to convey, however imperfectly, on canvas or in sound, is replaced by a passionate belief in spiritual freedom, individual creativity. The painter, the poet, the composer do not hold up a mirror to nature, however ideal, but invent. They do not imitate the doctrine of mimesis, but create not merely the means but the goals that they pursue. These goals represent the self-expression of the artist's own unique inner vision to set aside which in response to the demands of some external voice, church, state, public opinion, family, friends, arbiters of taste, is an act of betrayal of what alone justifies their existence for those who are in any sense creative. Here are some questions for you. Romantic art movement did not produce any normed artistic style. Why? Discuss the works of William Blake, Goya, and John Constable according to the concepts of Romantic philosophy. Books for reference: K. Clark, The Romantic Rebellion, 1974. H. Honor, Romanticism, 1979. C. Rosen and H. Zerner, Romanticism and Realism, 1984. A. K. Wiedemann, Romantic Roots in Modern Art. Brown Marshall, The Cambridge History of Literary Criticism, Volume 5. Romanticism, Cambridge, UK, 2000. Hegel, G.W.F. Aesthetics, Lectures on Fine Art, translated by T.M. Knox, Oxford, 1975. Hills, Frederick W. and Harold Bloom, From Sensibility to Romanticism, Essays presented to Frederick A. Pottle, London, Oxford and New York, 1965. Day Iden, Romanticism, 1996. Routledge. Ferber Michael, 2010. Romanticism, A Very Short Introduction. Oxford and New York, Oxford University Press. Berlin Isaiah, 1999. The Roots of Romanticism, London, Cato and Windus. Here we end this session on aesthetics of Romanticism. We will meet again with another topic in the next session. Till then, bye.
and welcome to this session on IT education in India. The greatest technological revolution in modern world after the Industrial Revolution is the revolution of information technology or IT, which has led the human race to go from hard work to comfort, that is from physical labor to mental labor. The modern revolution in information technology began with the widespread availability of small computers. During this time, proponents of IT have experienced many successes. Civilization today has become complex and sophisticated, and the demand of the time is computation. Changes can be seen in every aspect of life, be it politics, society and economy. Hence, it is obvious that much of the world depends on information technology. Today, impact of technology can be felt in all areas, be it home, office or market. Almost everyone depends on information technology. Though many different sectors in India has started growing at a good pace, it is information technology sector which has really been the driver of growth for last few decades. Our infrastructure relies completely on IT now. Our buildings, finance systems, roads, airplanes, cars, television, washing machines and even bed maker. The internet and World Wide Web have revolutionized communication and made simple and complex information almost instantly available to millions of people. In many sectors of economy, skillful use of technology has resulted in increase in the quality of products and services, greater personalization of services, increased efficiency and reduced cost. The word technology originated from Greek words techn and logia. The word techn means skill and logia means study of science. Technology may be referred as a science used for practical purposes. For the development of technology, information is essential. At the same time, technology makes information gathering fast and easy. IT is the combination of information and technology. Information technology is the name given to all the ways that computers can be used to process information in the form of voice, pictures and text. This includes the following: software applications and operating systems, web-based information and applications such as distance learning, telephone and means of telecommunications, video equipments and multimedia products, World Wide Web, electronic devices such as photocopiers. IT is the application of computers and telecommunication equipments to store, retrieve, transmit and manipulate data. The components of IT include hardware, software, data and people. IT has reshaped society with rapid technological advances that have vastly increased our capacity to know, achieve and collaborate. Information technologies find ways for us to communicate easily around the world using internet, help to design programs that will stop people from stealing information and design new ways to store information electronically. The major areas impacted by the advent of IT include business, media, education and so forth. In India, there has been gradual shift towards use of IT in government, public sector, private sector as well as public services and education. Education is designed to respond to the continuous changing needs of society. It is identified as a major cause of socio-economic and ethnical conflicts in a country. Education gives the people in a country critical skills to help them better provide for themselves and their society. It is a key to unlocking a country's potential for growth and IT is essential in meeting with this need. Education systems are encountering challenges and changes everywhere. In India, education is currently undergoing extensive reform, watching the developed nations very carefully. India has also stopped into such processes where the traditional system of teaching and learning is supplemented with a new methodology of teaching with the help of technology upgradation. Efforts to make use of technology in education began almost the same time that small computers began to appear. With the rise of IT in all sectors of education, it has made intense, immediate and disruptive transformations on education systems. Education is changing with the advent of new interactive online learning technologies and multimedia electronic libraries with help in improving the sharing of knowledge and educational practices. It is difficult to appreciate just how quickly IT is evolving. No wonder that IT has done wonder in our lives by enhancing our abilities and increasing our efficiency. Information technology education in India. In order to achieve sustainable development with a population that is expected to double over the years to come, the world will need new advances and new understanding of people across planet. Information technology revolution has a revolutionary effect on the lives of people of the 21st century. The concept of IT is inseparable element of today's society. By considering the development of IT in the past, it is possible to reflect about its importance in the future. With the advent of educational reforms in society, mankind is surrounded with a vast amount of data. When a huge amount of data are to be utilized with the minimum possible time, it is possible only if it is converted to required information. This information is converted into useful purposes through the use of different technologies. The emerging technologies are constantly changing in the world and these have affected the ways of learning. The Indian economy has also not remained unaffected from the global phenomenon. E-learning. The process of globalization is transforming the world at large. The sense of distance separating countries and communities is shrinking due to advances in science and technologies. The beginning of Internet age has hailed as a marvelous opportunity for students and teachers to improve learning and teaching. With the rise of e-learning technologies in all sectors of education, it has made intense, immediate and disruptive transformations on education systems. E-learning is the use of electronic media and information and communication technologies in education. It makes use of various types of media like video streaming, images, CD-ROM, animation, audio, satellite TV, etc. E-learning can occur inside or outside the classroom. This method is flexible and can be self-paced, instructor-led, asynchronous or synchronous. E-learning is inclusive of all forms of electronic technology in learning and teaching like blended learning, web learning, virtual learning, flipped learning, etc. Blended learning theory is a pedagogical approach to instruction that is a combination of face-to-face, computer-mediated activities and online learning. In web learning, the classroom is equipped with live web access, but the faculty may support it with a regular face-to-face lecture or discussion. Web-based learning process has many advantages. If the course-specific materials are online, the student can take tutorials at their own pace, review lecture notes and never lose the course syllabus. In fact, the information capabilities of the web have led to the development of exclusively web-based courses where all teachings take place on the web with no face-to-face interaction. But pure web learning cannot always convey contents adequately. Blended learning is a combination of conventional presence learning with a range of different virtual components of e-learning. Another method of education is through virtual classes. Virtual learning is much more than online learning. It is one that can be through a totally online approach or a blended learning method of classroom learning and online method. Blended learning uses a mix of media and methods, combining the advantages and trying to make up for the disadvantages of different forms of learning. It uses the computer software, the internet or both to deliver instruction to students. This minimizes the need for teachers and students to share a classroom. Virtual learning has the advantage of letting the student work on his own or her own pace at any place, any time. E-learning is becoming an important part of education as it provides new possibilities for students. There are lots of ways to connect two people or groups of people in different places. Various technologies are used to facilitate e-learning. Most of the time, a combination of technologies are used. In the e-learning process, the platforms used vary according to the system or the learning method used. The concept of e-learning in India is yet in its early stages. This mode of learning and teaching is increasingly used in many cities. More and more schools are realizing the importance of e-learning. In the presence of great social diversity in our country, it is difficult to change the social background and economic conditions of people. Therefore, the only option left is to provide uniform or standardized teaching and learning resources. For high quality education throughout India, there should be some nationwide network which provides equal quality education to all. This can be made possible with the help of e-based learning. Advantages of information technology in education. The information technology provides new resources and materials for expanding education. IT has definitely become a major influence in how people live. Technology makes teaching learning process easy and at the same time interesting. The use of most advanced technologies for educational purposes is beneficial to showing how new technologies can advance and revitalize education for today's students. The role of IT in education is exploring the potential for technology to redefine the terms of teaching and learning. The mushrooming of new technologies challenge the traditional process of teaching and learning and the way it is managed. Advantages of using information technology in education are the following. Access to variety of learning resources. To enhance teaching skills and learning abilities, IT provides plenty of resources. While providing vast and vivid techniques, learners are encouraged to make use of them to communicate their ideas. Lessons with audio and visual components that directly engage students reach more types of learners in comparison with the traditional lecture methods of teaching, encouraging more students to participate in class and raising their levels of understanding. Access to education anytime, anywhere. In this technological era, the pace of imparting knowledge is very fast, that too irrespective of time and place. It helps in breaking the physical barrier of classroom learning at set times and help in achieving lifelong development through e-learning. With the use of IT, teachers and students are more connected in and out of the classrooms. Authentic and up-to-date information. The information that is taken and processed using latest technology is correct and up-to-date. The students will use IT as an information retrieval, knowledge inquiry, communication collaboration, analytical and personal development tool. Use of multiple communication channels. Not only the computers help in getting the information, but technology has made it even more convenient with creation of new devices to access information. Immediacy to latest information. Many years ago, students had to go to the libraries or buy books to have information. Today, this is eliminated as information is easily available with the use of technology and can be accessed within no time. Today, students can access online libraries or any other search engines to collect the information, which has made academic work more convenient. Multimedia approach to education. IT provides teachers and students with endless choice of multimedia, new devices and applications and softwares which create more exciting interactive lessons. The multimedia learning resources can help explain abstract phenomena and arouse students' interest in various subjects. Ample data storage facility. The instruments used in IT can store large amounts of data and recall the required information almost instantaneously. Access to source of information. IT can be an important tool for students to explore and collect information. It can be used in supporting the curriculum reform and related changes, including provision of easily accessible curriculum resources. Better access for people with disabilities. IT has brought drastic changes to the lives of the disabled. It has developed various softwares and techniques to help such people. Collaborative learning. IT can facilitate communication among students, teachers, parents and students. Now IT has made it easy to study as well as teach in groups or in clusters. Save of time and energy. IT helps students as well as teachers in studying their course materials easily because of fast access. Studying the subjects online will make grasping easy. Cost reduction. Information technology use can also pay in the form of significant savings. Nowadays, IT is available at low cost. At present, IT education in India can be classified into formal and non-formal education. Formal education. Formal sectors in IT education include universities which are approved by statutory bodies. These bodies provide various courses of computer sciences, information technology like BTech, MTech, MSc in information technology or computer science, MCA, etc. Non-formal education. The non-formal education system comprises of private training institutes offering flexible intakes and customized training. Institutions like NIIT, AppTech, Tata Infotech, DCIT, IBM, etc. provide non-formal education in IT in India. The success of formal and non-formal institutions that provide IT education in India is due to various reasons. This limits in meeting the growing demands for IT professionals in the country. Some of the reasons are the following: financial constraints, rigid curriculum structure, inability to match course curriculum with the exact requirement of the time or changing market requirement, unable to update trends in technology, limited exposure to industrial problems, shortage of qualified staffs, limited project management experience, long gestation periods needed to start new courses, inability to provide in-depth courses and lack of standardization. Conclusion. Since 1980s, desktop computer technology has been introduced that is revolutionizing the way people learn and access knowledge. While combining all available technological advances, there is hope that the expanding population of the world will be much better educated than in the past. But to attain this goal, what is required is uniform access to those technologies around the world, improved data quality measures and better means to identify desired information from the wealth of information available. Today, every stream of knowledge, whether it is engineering, business, commerce, medical field, etc., wants to shower under the spring of information technology. IT has the potential to change the face of India. India has many advantages to become an important player in the global IT industry. This industry offers a variety of services, products and technologies which acts as drivers to enhance productivity and in turn help in improving the GNP of a nation. By expanding its vast human, industrial and technological resources with the help of expansion of its software sector, India can also raise its productivity of domestic manufacturing and services. For a country like India, IT can be a good source of earning foreign income since India has the largest pool of information technology manpower. Software-driven IT industry is today at the top of India's national agenda as an instrument and a model for the modernization of India's economy. Information technology can have a positive impact on students if properly used. All it takes is a teacher's desire to learn how to use technology to enhance their ideas and teaching skills. The goal of technology, especially information technology, must be to create an environment where every learner will have a series of resources. It can also create an atmosphere for teachers in different areas of discipline and in different locations with a teacher mentor to help organize the information and help the students pursue some areas in depth. Increased use of IT in education requires re-engineering of classrooms and regular routines. This is because the teachers need to tackle the interaction between machines and students. Teachers are the key players in providing the environment for learning and driving reforms. In order to use technology effectively, the educators need to be trained in using the technology and need to develop a good understanding of it. It is important that educators should be comfortable using it to ensure that the students get the full advantages of education technology. Teachers should be trained and experienced by giving them training sessions, seminars and courses on IT education. New models of professional development should be developed to build in mechanisms that will encourage and support the new teaching approaches. Efficient instructional software should be developed for teachers to make them more effective trainers, because teaching with technology is different from teaching in a normal classroom. Experienced teachers should be given opportunities to learn about new technologies and the ways to integrate them effectively in a class. Teacher education programs facilitate improvements not only in students' technology skills but also in their beliefs and intentions regarding integrating technology into instruction. Pilot tests should be carried out in schools where new technology is being introduced. The integration of information technology in the field of education is done since the children must be familiar with the use of IT. If rightly used, IT can be a powerful tool to propel change. To ensure success in using IT in education, clear leadership and directions from government are necessary. In short, education now seems incomplete without IT. Let me summarize what we have discussed so far. The greatest technological revolution in modern world after the Industrial Revolution is the revolution of information technology or IT. Civilization today has become complex and sophisticated, and the demand of the time is competition. Changes can be seen in every aspect of life. Hence, it is obvious that much of the world depends on information technology. Today, impact of technology can be felt in all areas, be it home, office or market. Almost everyone depends on information technology. Though many different sectors in India have started growing at a good pace, it is information technology sector which has really been the driver of growth for last few decades. Information technology is the name given to all the ways that computers can be used to process information in the form of voice, pictures and text. It is the application of computers and telecommunication equipments to store, retrieve, transmit and manipulate data. The components of IT includes hardware, software, data and people. Education is designed to respond to the continuous changing needs of society. It is identified as a major cause of socio-economic and ethnical conflicts in a country. Education gives the people in a country critical skills to help them better provide for themselves and their society. It is a key to unlocking a country's potential for growth, and information technology is essential in meeting with this need. Now, we can try to answer the questions given here. What are the three important components of IT? Why formal and non-formal IT education in India does not meet with the growing needs of the country? What are the important forms through which technology can be used to process information? What do you mean by virtual learning? What is e-learning? Mention a few methods of e-learning. What are the advantages of information technology in education? Now you can go through the reference books for further understanding. Introduction to Information Technology by ITL Education Solutions Limited, published by Dorlink Industry Private Limited, New Delhi in the year 2005. Information Technology Industry in India by Tapan Kaur and Yogeshwar Shukla, published by Kalpas Publications, Delhi in the year 2004. Thank you for watching this program. We can meet again with another topic soon. Have a nice day.
Welcome to the study of the dynamics of motion. In the first episode, you learned about the various forms of forces, their specifications, and the concept of inertia, which has been the basis for the first law of motion. In this episode, we will deal with Newton's second law of motion. For a comprehensive understanding of the second law, it is essential to know the three parameters of motion, namely speed, velocity, and acceleration, and momentum, a product of the mass and velocity.
The parameters of speed, acceleration, and velocity are generally used interchangeably. But there are finer differences among them. Speed is the rate at which a distance is covered without regard for direction. It is a scalar quantity as it has only the magnitude. Velocity, on the other hand, is the rate at which a distance is covered in a given direction. Therefore, it is a vector quantity as it has both the magnitude and direction. Velocity can be determined by using the formula V is equal to S by T, where S is the distance travelled and T is the time taken to travel the distance. If a vehicle covers a distance of 2 kilometers in a particular direction in 5 minutes, then its velocity will be 0.4 kilometers per minute. The third parameter of motion is the acceleration, which is defined as the rate of change of velocity. It can be determined by using the formula A equals S by T squared, where A is the acceleration, S is the distance travelled, and T is the time taken by the object to travel the distance. The acceleration of the vehicle, which covers a distance of 2 kilometers in a particular direction in 5 minutes, will be 0.08 kilometers per minute squared.
Now that you have learned about the speed, velocity, and acceleration, it is appropriate to understand the relationship between acceleration and force. This relationship had engaged the attention of the Italian scientist Galileo Galilei for several years.
Motion indeed is a result of force. Without force, objects at rest would not traverse distances. The distance they cover and the time they take to cover the distance are quantitative dimensions. The relationship between these two dimensions engaged the attention of Italian scientist Galileo Galilei for several years. Galileo's early experiments with free-falling bodies made him believe that the velocity of falling objects increased with the distance they travel. To support his assumption, he argued that when a body starts from the point A and falls along the line AB, the degree of velocity at point D will exceed the degree of velocity at point C in the ratio of BA is to CA. In the same way, the degree of velocity at E to the degree of velocity at D will be in the ratio of EA is to DA. Thus, at every point of the line AB, the body will have a velocity proportional to the distance from any given point to the point of origin at A.
If his argument were to be right, then when two objects set in motion simultaneously, the objects set to travel a longer distance should take the same time as the objects set to travel a shorter distance. But this does not happen. This error in his argument soon became apparent to him. To correct himself, he conducted the inclined plane experiment.
On the inclined plane, the gravitational force will not be to its fullest as in the case of free-falling bodies, but will be considerably diluted. While a part of the gravitational force is spent in maintaining contact between the ball and plank, only the remaining part of the gravitational force acts to produce motion. To measure the time taken by the ball to traverse various distances, Galileo used a crude water clock. The water clock consisted of a tank from which water flowed into a container. Water was allowed to flow as the ball rolled down the plank. As it reached a given distance, the tap was turned off. The weight of the collected water was taken to represent time. After repeating the experiment several times, Galileo found that the distance travelled by objects with constant acceleration from their positions of rest was proportional to time square. It means that if a moving body with constant acceleration travels a distance of say 1 unit in 1 second, then it will travel a distance of 4 units in 2 seconds and a distance of 9 units in 3 seconds, and so on. Galileo's inclined plane experiment is of great value in understanding the relationship between speed and distances travelled by rolling and free-falling bodies under the influence of gravitational force. While the magnitude of the gravitational force will be maximum on free-falling bodies, it will be diluted to an extent in the case of objects rolling on inclined planes. As the angle of the inclined plane increases, the gravitational force acting up on the rolling objects will also increase, making them move relatively faster.
Let us examine Galileo's proposition that distance travelled by an object will be proportional to the square of the time taken to cover the distance. To find out whether this proposition holds good in the case of rolling as well as free-falling bodies, we can conduct the experiment twice. First by keeping the inclined plane at an angle of 30 degrees and then at an angle of 90 degrees, which is the case of free fall. We can record the experiment on video and replay it to note the time taken by the ball to reach the distances of 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet and 4 feet marks on the plank. To record the time accurately in seconds and its fractions, we can tag an electronic clock to the video. Using the values of the distances and time, we can work out the velocity and acceleration of the rolling ball to ascertain Galileo's proposition.
First, the case of the plane inclined at an angle of 30 degrees. Here, the ball rolls down the plank. The video replay indicates that the ball from its point of origin reached the 1 foot mark in 0.35 seconds, the 2 feet mark in 0.49 seconds, the 3 feet mark in 0.61 seconds, and the 4 feet mark in 0.70 seconds. Using the values of the distances travelled and their corresponding time, the velocity can be determined by using the formula v equals s by t. The velocity of the ball at a distance of 1 foot mark works out to 2.85 feet per second. In a similar manner, the velocity of the ball at the 2 feet mark works out to 4.08 feet per second, 4.91 feet per second at 3 feet, and 5.71 feet per second at the 4 feet mark. These results indicate that the velocity of the ball was not constant, but was increasing with the increase in distance and time. The increase in the velocity of the ball with respect to time and distance attributes acceleration to the rolling object. The magnitude of the acceleration can be determined by the formula A equals s by t squared. The acceleration of the ball at the 1 foot mark works out to be 8.16 feet per second square, 8.32 feet per second square at 2 feet, 8.06 feet per second square at the 3 feet mark and 8.16 feet per second square at the 4 feet mark. These values indicate to a fairly constant acceleration of the ball from its starting point to any given distance. This means that distance travelled is proportional to the square of the time taken to maintain a constant acceleration at an angle of inclination.
This experiment with a plane inclined at an angle of 30 degrees ascertains Galileo's finding that the distance travelled by objects with constant acceleration from their positions of rest will be proportional to time square. Let us now examine whether the ball will maintain a constant acceleration when the angle of inclination is raised to 90 degrees, which is the case of free falling bodies.
As the gravitational force acts in full strength, the ball travels the length of the plank at a high speed. On video replay, the electronic clock indicates that the ball reached the 1 foot mark in 0.17 seconds, the 2 feet mark in 0.24 seconds, the 3 feet mark in 0.31 seconds, and the 4 feet mark in 0.35 seconds. The velocity of the free-falling ball at the 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet and 4 feet marks works out to 5.8 feet per second, 8.03 feet per second, 9.83 feet per second and 11.36 feet per second respectively. The acceleration of the free-falling ball at the 1 foot mark works out to be 32.9 feet per second square, 32.7 feet per second square at 2 feet, 32.24 feet per second square at the 3 feet mark and 32.27 feet per second square at the 4 feet mark. As was the case of the ball rolling on the plane inclined at 30 degrees angle, here too the velocity of the ball was increasing with an increase in distance and time, and the acceleration was fairly constant, quite close to 32.2 feet per second square.
In fact, if you repeat the experiment several times, minimizing the influence of fluctuating air resistance, the average acceleration would be 32.2 feet per second square or 9.8 meters per second square, as was envisaged by Galileo and ascertained by later physicists. This constant acceleration of 32.2 feet per second square is due to gravitational force, the only force acting on free falling as well as bodies rolling on inclined planes. But on the inclined planes, the force varies in proportion to the angle of inclination of the plane. To demonstrate the relationship between force and angle of inclination, Galileo used Stevin's idea of equilibrium between a lightweight object hung vertically and a heavyweight object resting on an inclined plane.
When the angle of inclination increases, the heavier object will slide further down the plane. As it reaches a certain point, it slides no further, as the force acting on the object on the inclined plane gets balanced by the force acting on the lightweight object hung vertically from the pulley. To make the heavier object slide further down on the inclined plane, a greater force is needed. Such a force begins to act when the angle of inclination increases, making the object move further down on the inclined plane.
From this experiment, it becomes clear that the magnitude of force acting on objects on inclined planes is proportional to the angle of inclination, and it remains constant all the way down. Thus, it emerges that with every change in the angle of inclination, the resultant force changes, so also the acceleration.
From such experiments, Galileo provided the general rule that acceleration is proportional to force. This relationship served as the basis for Newton to advance the second law of motion. The law states that the rate of change of momentum of bodies is proportional to the applied force and takes place in the direction in which the force acts.
In this law, which summarizes all of classical mechanics, the key word is the momentum. The momentum is a quantity of motion that we often experience while pushing or pulling objects. It will be harder to push a heavier object than a lighter one. A larger force is needed to bring a massive object to the same speed as that of a lighter one. Similarly, to stop the objects of different mass but moving with same speed, a stronger force is required to stop the heavier one. From these examples, it becomes amply clear that momentum is directly related to both the mass and the velocity of the objects. Therefore, the momentum of a body is defined as the product of its mass and velocity. When a lighter mass and a heavier mass object move with the same velocity, the heavier one will have greater momentum. Therefore, the magnitude of momentum of the body with a smaller mass will be Pm equal to mv, and the magnitude of the body with a heavier mass will be P capital M equal to capital Mv. Conversely, if the lighter mass and the heavier mass objects are to have the same momentum, the velocities of the lighter and the heavier mass objects will be related to each other by the equation P equal to mv equal to capital M capital V. Here the mass of the heavier object is greater than the mass of the lighter object. Therefore, the velocity of the lighter object is greater than the velocity of the heavier object. Hence, the lighter object will travel much faster than the heavier object.
Whenever an object is set into motion from rest, it gathers a momentum depending on its mass and velocity. It then gradually loses its momentum and comes to rest. This is because the momentum of an object in motion changes with time. In scientific terms, this change of momentum with respect to time is referred to as the rate of change of momentum. Newton realized that an object undergoes a change in momentum with time depending on the force acting on it. The greater the force, the greater the change in momentum, and vice versa.
If a force F acts on a body having a mass m for a small interval of time t, then the change of momentum with time, that is P equal to product of mv upon t. According to Newton's second law, force is only proportional to the rate of change of momentum, but not equal to the rate of change of momentum. So as to make the two variables of force and the rate of change of momentum equal, K, a proportionality constant, is incorporated into the equation. Thus, the equation is notated as F equal to K mv upon t, where K is a constant of proportionality. While the mass of objects generally remains constant, the quantity that changes following the application of force is the velocity. As v upon t is acceleration, the equation then would read as F equal to K ma. We can suppress the constant K in the equation by choosing suitable units. For example, if m is equal to 1 kilogram, a equal to 1 meter per second square, and k equal to 1, then F equal to 1 unit. This is the SI unit of force and is called a Newton.
In other words, a force of 1 Newton acting on a body of mass 1 kilogram produces an acceleration of 1 meter per second squared. Thus, Newton's second law of motion would read as F equals ma, a simple formula and an enduring principle central to the motion of bodies. All bodies in motion move according to the second law of motion. In an automobile, for instance, the combustion of fuel inside the engine produces a force which, through the shaft, acts on the wheels to produce motion. The motion can be increased by pressing on the acceleration pedal. The pressing of the pedal causes combustion of more fuel, generating more force needed to accelerate.
As in the case of the automobile, Newton's second law of motion is in action everywhere. Observe the bodies in motion and explain their magnitude of the force in the light of the second law of motion. In the next part of the episode, we will examine the third law of motion. Until then, read the books suggested here and answer the questions.
Besides your own textbooks, read the books suggested here. Principles of Physics by N. Subramaniam and Brijlal, published by S. Chand & Company Limited, New Delhi, 1990. Physics textbook by Arvind Kumar, B.K. Sharma, P.C. Jain and others, published by the National Council of Educational Research and Training, New Delhi, 2002. Pradeep's Fundamental Physics by K. L. Gombar and K. L. Gogia, published by Pradeep Publications, Jalandhar, 2003. Engineering Mechanics by S. Timoshenko and D. H. Young, published by McGraw-Hill, New Delhi, 1956. The questions for you to answer are: define speed, velocity and acceleration. How do free-falling bodies attain acceleration? Explain how acceleration is proportional to force. Define momentum and compare the momentum of objects having different mass and velocity. If you have any doubts to clarify, or if you wish to watch the unit again, write to the Director, Consortium for Educational Communication, NSC Campus, Aruna Asaf Ali Marg, New Delhi 110067, or email at cec@del12.bsnl.net.in. You can also write to the Director, Educational Multimedia Research Center, University of Calicut, Calicut University, PO 673635. The email ID is emmrccalicut@yahoo.co.in.
Hello and welcome to the session on user studies, methods, techniques and evaluation. The documents, users and librarians are the essential components of a library system. One of the main goals of any information system is to provide pinpointed, exhaustive and expeditious information to users. In order to achieve this goal, purposive contact between the users and information is required. Satisfying the information needs of users is becoming complicated because of various factors. Therefore, to ensure that the relevant and accurate information is made available to the users, the information workers need to conduct user studies from time to time. An event of great significance in the history of user study was the establishment of the Center for Research on User Studies, CRUS, in 1975 by the British Library at University of Sheffield. The main aim of this centre was to create a national centre to act as a focus for research in user studies. Let's look at the definition. User study may be defined as a systematic study of information requirements of users in order to facilitate meaningful exchanges between information systems and users. User study comprises the study of people's need for and use of information. In library context, user study is an attempt to discover patterns of use and levels of awareness of users towards library services, to determine success or failure of services, and to identify what adjustments are needed in service strategy. It is conducted to identify what exactly users want from the library. Methods and techniques. The method used for one type of user group may not suit for the other type of user group because the area is under the grip of socio-psychological, economical, subjective configurations, which vary substantially from one group to another. Therefore, earlier researchers favored mixed methodologies instead of resorting to a single method. The methods used so far and important methods currently in use for conducting user studies are as follows. The first one, general or conventional methods, which includes questionnaire, interview, diary, observation, and operations research study. The second one is indirect methods in the context of information use, which include analysis of library records and citation analysis. The third one is special and unconventional methods, which include computer feedback and unconventional methods. The major methods and techniques are explained below. The first one, questionnaire and interview. By these methods, especially from questionnaire, the factors like inadequacy of the collection, the recent publications in the field of interest, the forthcoming publication in the field of interest, and the government publication in the field of interest can be studied. In the questionnaire and interview cases, each individual gives his opinion and suggestions on collection, development, services, and other requirements. The second is observation. Observation of library users is a continuous process involving least cost and time factors when compared to others. Observation of the following aspects provides information in respect of various information needs of users. 1. Observation of interlibrary loan records. 2. Observation of borrowers' records. 3. Observation of recommendation records. 4. Observation of reference records. 5. Observation of research papers of users. 6. Observation of the use of microforms and audiovisual materials. 7. Observation of users' enquiries, etc. The next is case study. The study of a group or individual library user provides data from which one can generalize to the user groups of the given library. For example, the study of papers presented to the learned periodicals or conference proceedings by a select group of users of a special library shows what research materials like periodicals, reports, preprints are referred by the specialist. Through this, the library staff can evaluate what relevant materials are referred in their library and elsewhere. It helps to contact the group of specialists to know their opinion regarding what journals are to be freshly subscribed or what are to be discontinued. The next is query analysis. Query analysis is in fact not a method or technique, but faced by the library staff members when they are posted with varieties of queries. For instance, the queries such as the date of commencement of a conference, the date of specialized extension lectures, information on recent scientific procedures, and data point to the necessity of the resources to the users. Large number of queries on the commencement date of a particular conference indicates the necessity of acquiring or placing advance order for the publications. Number of queries on scientific procedures and data necessitates the procurement of patents and standards of the relevant scientific fields. The next is profile analysis. Profiles are clustered descriptors that are supposed to comprehend the requirements of specialist users. The user profiles are composed of terms of his information field. The document profiles are composed of terms contained in the document. The documentation officer or the information officer can understand whether the materials acquired in his information center can satisfy the user's needs or not. In fact, he can scan and place order for the relevant materials such as periodicals, technical reports, etc. to match the relevancy of information. Hence, profile analysis is a well-established procedure to determine what collection is to be developed. The next is Delphi technique. Delphi technique is commonly in use of forecast the future trends and requirements. In this case, a group of specialists are chosen to answer the questionnaires regarding future trends and the requirements. The so-called data will be analyzed and interpreted. Again, the descriptive opinion of the data interpreted will be circulated together with the opinion from the same specialist. The final descriptive note will be recirculated to confirm the validity. The technique points out what field of research will be in progress in future, what research materials are required for the specialist, what plans have to be followed to develop the collection of documents for the needs. The next is critical incident technique. The technique involves gathering incidents in a story-like fashion from library users as responses to question asked in informal contact regarding library collection, facilities, acquisition programs, etc. The methods or techniques used to find information needs of users help to formulate policies and programs for acquisition and maintenance of qualitative collection. There is the distinct advantage in enriching the library resources based on the basic goals such as teaching, information and recreational needs of the library by carefully utilizing the data and information gathered during the course of user studies. User studies and their evaluation. The following factors should be considered when the survey is carried out. 1. What is the purpose of the survey? Why has it been undertaken? The reason for the survey should be defined and ideally given to those surveyed. If the survey is to be carried out in the hope of obtaining support from users for changes or no changes, etc., beware the results since they are unlikely to be objective. The second, who will be surveyed? The targeted sample should be carefully selected and must be representative of the whole user group, since distortions in the sample group will give rise to misleading conclusions. Number 3. How will the survey be carried out? By the questionnaire alone, a series of interviews, or a combination of the two? The questions to be asked must be constructed very carefully. Research into the methodology of opinion polls shows how easy it is to ask the sort of a leading question that encourages the user to answer in the way that you want them to. Number 4. Who will carry out the survey? Objectivity is important but difficult to attain. Any bias on the part of the surveyor must be taken into account when analyzing the results. Useful conclusions and recommendations has to be done. It is important that the result of the survey is published in full. Both positive and negative points must be included. Number 5. What action will be taken as a result of the study? The conclusions and recommendations made should be practicable and should be acted upon. The user studies can and should be worthwhile exercises, although only if they are well prepared, carefully conducted and carried out with considerable attention in detail. However, it is still recommended, considering possible alternatives like a series of informal discussions with non-users before deciding to carry out a formal survey. Any kind of one-off survey can never be an acceptable alternative to the continuous monitoring and evaluation of users' reaction to the services provided. Let's summarize what we have learned in this session. The user study examines the relation of attitude towards information with various personal and psychological attributes. It gives an understanding of the factors that could possibly lead to the favorable attitude towards information use. Information source use behavior is also viewed. The study explores the affective dimensions of the users as to the information use and other factors which are not hitherto extensively considered in the context of user studies. I can give you some assignment topics. Number 1, what are user studies? What is the importance of user studies in libraries? Number 2, write an essay on the scope and objectives of user studies. Number 3, discuss the various methods of user studies. Number 4, what factors need to be considered in planning user study? And number 5, what kind of useful information can be derived from user studies? Here are some useful references for you. The book titled Users' Approach in Information in Libraries, written by G. Devarajan in 1989, published by SS, New Delhi. The next book is titled Library and Information User and User Studies, written by G. Devarajan in 1995, published by Beacon Book, New Delhi. The third is entitled Library User Studies, a manual for librarians and information scientists, written by P.S. Kawatra in 1997, published by Jayco Publishing, Mumbai. The next book is Library and Users, written by P.S. G. Kumar in 2004, published by B.R. Publishing Corporation, New Delhi. The next is Attitude Towards Information, a study of social scientist, written by N.G. Satish in 1994 and published by Concept Publishing, New Delhi. Thank you for watching this session. Till we meet again, goodbye.
Welcome to Interface. Today we are with Dr. Ajit. Dr. Ajit is from University of Alaska, US. Welcome, Ajit.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Ajit, you were a teacher of economics for few years in India. And after that, you have joined in Reserve Bank of India and you were director for research department. Then again, you have joined in the teaching after your Sydney research work. And what was the reason to coming back to teaching?
Yeah, I started my career as a teacher, and then I moved to the research department of Reserve Bank of India. There also I continued my research. In between, I went and secured my PhD from University of Sydney, and then I came back to Reserve Bank of India. I was the head of the International Relations Department, and then when an opportunity arose in abroad, I went back to my passion, which was closer to my heart, that is teaching. I joined University of Northern British Columbia as an associate prof, and last year I moved to United States at University of Alaska in the finance program.
As a teacher from India to Canada and from Canada to Alaska, what differences you have experienced as a teacher?
So the curriculum which we have in India is far different from what we have in United States and Canada. The curriculum, not only the curriculum, the way it is delivered, the pedagogy of it is quite different. And in the abroad, we not only emphasize domain knowledge, but also its practical applications and its delivery in a public platform.
Social network and social relationships. Can you define social network?
Social network is a very prominent entity which plays an important role in most of the outcomes, whether it is migration or whether it is business. So we have seen that in the migration process, people move from one place to another with the help of entities like social networks, which could be family, it could be community. They provide important information about prospective jobs within the country and outside, and they play a very important role in enabling people to move from one place to another in an efficient way.
Okay, so the Indians basically look for a better job outside. Bengalis, Sikhs, Keralites, and many other people from the different states are moving outside, going abroad for their employment. How do the social network works out in the process of migration from India?
So people move from one place to another, without knowing the what we call as what is insured in the other destination place. If you move from one place to another without any knowledge of what is going to happen there, that we call it as speculative migration, which have happened in the initial phases. But in the later years, the prime motive for migration is either your labor market condition in your home country or home economy is very bad, or maybe in the destination place the income or wages are high. In the process of moving from your home destination to the final destination where you migrate, social networks, which could be family and friends, play a very important role in facilitating that smooth transition from home country to the final destination.
The family means the parents or the brothers or sisters?
Family by definition includes everyone. Father, mother, your uncles, your all extended family. all of them are included under the definition of family. So family is the first source of information for the destination places.
Whether the far relatives are working as the members in the social network?
The relatives who are or family members or extended family who are in the destination countries, they are the vital conduit for this information about the prospective job.
When the in-laws are working as the members in the network, that means the son-in-law will be invited or influenced to take to abroad. Have you noted that process?
Yes, in-laws have a motive to ensure that your prospective son-in-law or daughter-in-law are well settled. So they have every motive to ensure that the prospective son-in-law or daughter-in-law are well placed after the marriage.
So that's a national phenomenon.
It is a national phenomenon. It happens in everywhere. In some places, family is very close. Sometimes it is the friendship circle which is the facilitator, but most of the time it is family and extended family which is the conduit for this information about prospective jobs.
So you might have noted that social networks are functioning in a universal arena.
It is there everywhere. Internationally, if you look at when people move from countries after Second World War or before that, it is the social network which played an important role in the movement of people from one country, especially from Europe to United States.
Whether you have noted that Asians or Africans have more networks rather than the Western society?
Asian networks are very powerful.
Why?
They are because Asian culture by definition is family oriented compared to the Western culture, and Asian networks are very close, very dense, and they facilitate better, or their services are more forthcoming than other cultures and regions.
As a teacher in North America, in Canada and Alaska, have you seen the social networks in that places?
Yes. If you see in many places, you will see a cluster of people from the same region. Why it happens? Why not from other regions? It is a family and friendship, friends circle, which plays an important role in bringing these people to these destinations. So, a large number of clusters, or in a cluster, a particular ethnicity or religion is an example where family and friends play a very important role in the movement of people across the globe.
Do you agree with the statement that social networks are playing a positive role in the developmental process of a country?
Social networks play a very important role. Suppose I don't have a job here. Social networks provide me an opportunity to seek employment elsewhere. Otherwise, my entire investment in education will go waste. So, in a process, first of all, they are doing an important role. They are a source of information about prospective jobs. They help once I reach the destination, these family and friends provide us the initial comfort level for settlement.
So, the people who starts from a country, so that is known as a place of departure, it positively functions. And at the same time, whether that is affecting the social structure of place of arrival, so where they reach.
When you reach a destination place, if you are competing with your domestic labor market, sometimes it creates friction. Most of the time, if you are in the Middle East, you are basically going to supplement the existing labor force. So there is no conflict. But if you go there and assume a very high paying job, there could be some resentment, but that resentment is very minuscule.
Through the social network, when the people from one country is moving away, moving to other places, when the migration stream is in a higher rate, that country will suffer with the laborers, workers, and that may cause internal migration in that country.
Movement from one place to another country, I call it immigration, which is the standard definition. And immigration, which is movement into that destination, can happen simultaneously. For example, in the state of Kerala, most of the educated and non-educated and technical labor force move to, let's say, in the Middle East. It creates shortage within the Kerala economy. But at the same time, you will see lot of people who are educated, technically qualified, they move from other states, from Bihar, maybe Bengal, from Assam. They move and fill the gap in this Kerala economy. So, immigration creates some shortage of certain skills, but at the same time, once a shortage is known to others, it is automatically filled through another social network.
So that is what is happening in Kerala and some other states.
Yes.
Then the migration, the international migration as well as internal migrations are positively functioning for the development of a place.
It has positive impact because people who go to the destination countries provide remittance to their family members. So there is an income transfer from abroad to the domestic, from where people have gone. So there is an income flow which is positive. At the same time, it can create certain shortages, certain skills like mason, carpentry or electrician may be in short supply. But the shortage is temporary. If information is available instantaneously, there will be inflow to the shortage skill categories. So it will equilibrate. There will be some temporary imbalances in the labor market. There will be a large fluctuations in wages. That is possible. But in the long run, it will equilibrate. It will go to a new phase of equilibrium.
In that sense, when people migrate to one place, one country, that may create some conflicts also. Suppose the son of soils. So the issue related with the son of soils or the conflict between the immigrants and the natives.
That is happening now, not in the Middle East. That is happening in Europe. So with the creation of European Union, a lot of people have moved from the erstwhile Eastern Europe countries to the Western Europe. That has created some tension, social tension in the labor market. That is natural because under the Schengen Agreement of European Union, free mobility of labor is allowed under law. So you can't prevent that. So there may be some temporary uneasiness, but it has not flared up.
What economists say to control such a conflict or to maintain a peaceful environment, from the public administration, in which way that can be stopped, the conflict between the immigrants and the locals?
Because when somebody is moving from one country to another, he is not a liability. He brings his social capital into the country. That is an asset. A good example is United States. People from all over the world immigrated into United States, and that has created innovation and entrepreneurship, and over a period of time it will be positive and the country will gain in the process.
do you think that the migration will affect the place of departure? When the people, the skilled and the trained or educated people move from Kerala to outside or from Bengal to outside, whether the economic conditions or the development will be affected by the migration, a brain drain may be take place. How do you evaluate it?
So if, let us say, highly skilled people, doctors and engineers, they move, it might create a temporary vacuum.
Temporary?
Temporary, because
why?
It will be filled later on. Okay, if doctors move from there, maybe doctors from Tamil Nadu or Karnataka, when people move, the supply gets shortened, then the wages will go up. The high wages will induce people to move into the country. So it is a transitory problems are there. But on the whole, it is positive movement of people and the social gelling together. It is always a positive for the country. And the social harmonization comes up only when people move from one place to another and they integrate with the society there. The problem comes if you go to another place and don't mingle with the local population. Then it creates immigrant silos. That is a problem.
How do you evaluate this process of brain drain on the basis of Amartya Sen's theory?
So Amartya Sen's main argument is in a development process, capabilities and functioning is very important. Capabilities is maybe, by getting a job, your wage and income goes up. But Amartya Sen's main argument is the functioning. It is your interface with other members of society is very important. Functioning. If you are isolated, then you might have very good income. You are socially isolated. You will have mental problems, mental breakdowns. That creates a barrier. But if you are integrated, if you are able to function in the society with other people, then functioning happens, and that is positive for economic development and social progress.
So it's a different question. The people are migrating or people are moving away due to the political reasons. Yeah. So the people from Syria moves to the Europe, yeah, or the Palestinians to the different places like that. How do you explain the process of this type of migration or this type of flight with the theory of social network?
See, for example, even the movement of people from Syria to the Europe or to America creates tension, because this is a different type of migration. You are forced to flee from a place of hardship. Your life is at stake. You might be killed, your children's livelihood is at stake, they may be killed. You flee from a conflict zone to a peace zone. The peace zone could be Europe, the peace zone could be America, peace zone could be Middle East. Some countries invite them with open arms, like Germany. Although they have large unemployment, they take it a humanitarian view and they welcome these what they call refugees. Refugees means they are not moving on economic compulsions, they are moving because their life is threatened. Okay, so some countries do not welcome them because of their domestic reasons, but many countries are welcoming them with open arms. But in like any other country, there are dissenting voices. Okay, they are very small, but they are vocal.
Dissenting sounds comes from even US.
Yes. Migration is a big issue in United States, because in United States there is large undocumented workers from Mexico, 12 million undocumented workers. Okay, they are moved into the country and they don't have a visa, they don't have a work permit, they don't have a social insurance number. They work in the shadow economy, the underground economy. But they are not taking the well-paid jobs. They are basically working in low-paid jobs. They are contributing to the US economy. If you deport them, 12 million people, then the wages of this sector will go up. The products we buy will cost you more. But when people come from other ethnicity, always there is a conflict because the job situation in those markets may not be very good. So ultimately it comes to what is the local labor market situation.
So there is a chance to coming back to the place of departure, their native place. Suppose if the people who have gone for the employment purposes in a crucial situation, in a conflictual situation, if they come back to their native places from, say, from the Middle East to the Kerala or to the Andhra Pradesh, then what will be the consequence?
So they come back, that is a negative because it will simply increase the supply of labor for these occupations. They may be unemployed, but when they are coming back, they are coming with the skill set which they learned in the foreign country back, and that could be an asset. And the question is, how will you use the skill set which they earned abroad in the local economy?
So you take that process also as a positive.
It happens because the oil boom is not going to last forever.
Okay.
3 years or 5 years down the line, this is going to happen, and we have to be prepared for that. We have to take it positively. If you take it negatively, our mental state of mind will be in a conflict environment. We don't want those kind of things to happen in the country.
Okay, another aspect of social network which is relevant at present, social media is playing a crucial role in the network process. How do you evaluate social media?
Social media is nothing but another manifestation of social network. For example, Facebook, Twitter, or let's say WhatsApp or Snapchat. These are basically platforms which will enable people to interact. Okay, it is another form of social network. It may not be family and friends, but it is a technological platform which will enable people to exchange ideas, to share their views, to share their sentiment, to share their frustration. Okay, sharing frustration reduces stress. Okay, so these are platforms under which business can take advantage, because these platforms enable you to sell things in a modern way. You sitting at home, you can design clothes, manufacture clothes, and if you have a membership, if you have a tie-up with a courier, global world is the market for you. So these platforms enable households to become modern day corporates.
Okay, the social media as an influencing force, it is powerful in cities. So the migration takes place more from the villages or from the areas or localities where development has not made an impact. Then the social media will influence the villages or the ruralites in future also?
If they have access to the social media, unless you have access to internet, you cannot use social media. So if you have at least an access to internet in the rural area, then the world is your gateway. Okay, if you don't have access, then that is a major barrier for integration.
When the volume of migration increases, when the mass migration takes place, then how do it affects the country from which their departure takes place, and when where they reach?
Yeah. So we have to make a distinction between a mass migration, which is a forced migration. Most of the time, mass migration, we call it them as refugees. Mass migration happens when there is a conflict in a particular place, and the conflict escalates, and people are not able to live peacefully. They are not able to avoid conflict. Even if they live in a particular their own house, their lives are at risk.
This is the migration due to war or the political calamities. So even otherwise, the unemployment or poverty may create mass migration. In such case, mass migration, how do you differentiate such a type of migration from the individual migration?
Okay, most of the time the conflict happens either based on ethnic grounds, religious grounds. It may be same religion, but there are denominations in which people are in conflict, like the Sunnis and Shiites. Okay, that can create conflict situations, and that can escalate into a fully blown war. And then other powers also interfere and create problems. Instead of diffusing the situation, interference most of the time escalates the situation and damages the economy, their livelihood, their own existence. So most of the time, if it is a large, it could be because of what I call ethnic reasons. It could be on account of inequality. A particular tribe or a particular ethnicity may be capturing the economic power, the others are deprived. That could create a conflict. Okay, so it could be economic. So if you look at some of the things which happened in Middle East, which we call the Arab Spring, came out of economic inequality. Okay, which later on manifest into a what I call a religious war. Okay, the origin of most of the conflict is the large inequality which persists in these societies. Some people enjoy most of the benefits, others are deprived. This creates animosity which sometimes manifests in what I call a religious war.
So the main cause for the migration is still economic, and even the political or religious or historical causes may be also work out in the process of migration.
Historically, for example,
so for example, the Keralites have a better relationship with Arabs in the past.
Yeah.
So this glorious past, what they call, have influenced the process of migration from the northern Kerala to the Arab countries.
Yes, this is what we call historical ties. We had trade with the Middle East or the Arab from time immemorial, and this trade ties over a period of time has got solidified, and that relationship, which I will call it a social relationship, was instrumental in many of the Keralites getting job in Middle East. When the oil boom came after 1973, most of the hiring in the oil sector and in the industrial sector and the social sector, healthcare sector came from Kerala because of our historical ties with what you call as the spice trade. If you look at the origin of the relationship with the Arab world, came on account of our trade in spices between these two countries.
Related with the education, do you think that the social network will help for the educational purpose to move out for education to the Western society or any other society have good educational facilities?
Yes, most of the opportunity or the opportunity of education in Western countries, the information about this come from people who have gone earlier. Okay, it could be your family, it could be your friends, it could be your community members. They have provided this vital information about the type of education, the type of courses they have, and that was the instrument through which people make connections, people make contacts. They also provide you what are the requirements for securing admission in these places. So they are also another form of social network. Ultimately, social network encompasses a wide area of not only family, extended family, but also friends, community. Okay. For example, in Canada, most of the migrants come from two districts of Punjab, Jalandhar and Hoshiarpur. Why not from other states, other districts? It is the social network which plays an important role in migration from Punjab to Canada or United States.
My last question, without any support of social network, without any support of family member or influence from the family member or call from the family member or friends, you have gone to Sydney for education and you have gone to Canada and US for the employment. And whether there is and your family members are still in India. So whether this family will influence your social network and there is a chance to coming back to India?
So I would say that when you age like a wine becomes richer as you age. More the age, better the wine. As I age, I come back to my roots, and that is my desire.
Hello, welcome to this session on formalism. We will begin our discourse by referring a 19th century painter, Maurice Denis. His manifesto titled Definition of Neo-Traditionalism starts with this sentence: remember that a picture, before it is a picture of a battle horse, a nude woman, or some story, is essentially a flat surface covered in colors arranged in a certain order. If you understand the above quoted statement in its essence, you will find it easy to grasp the concept of formalism. Formalism can be stated to be the concept that a work's artistic value is entirely determined by its form. Philosophically, this theory can be traced back to Plato. Plato proposed the theory of eidos. Plato even proposed that pure forms exist only in the form of idea. According to Plato, the natural representations we see around us are mere imitations. Aristotle also used eidos to mean form. To put it emphatically, it was Aristotle who used the term eidos in a better formalist sense. According to him, the properties attributed to a particular object is its eidos or morphe, usually translated as form. It is this which creates a particular object out of primal matter. Eidos is the Greek term for idea. In Latin, it became forma, from which evolved the English term form. Aristotle theorized about the question of pure form, that is, form which has not yet been combined with matter. Aristotle defined matter as that which can be moved. To quote Aristotle, pure form is unmoved mover, something which turns formless matter into actual objects but never moves or changes itself. Kant defined transcendental structures of our minds, which he termed as schemata. A schema is the totality of representation of form which we hold inside us. To put it technically, it is the procedural rule by which a category or pure non-empirical concept is associated with a mental image of an object. It is created by the imagination in relation to time. Let us see how this Kantian concept appears in art practice. We will start from the great post-impressionist painter Paul Cézanne. His analytical method tried to decode the essential nature of primary form in its empirical essence. To put it in a more simple way, Cézanne tried to deduce all objects, both man-made and natural, to their basic fundamental forms. He reduced the object's appearance by dividing its form, revealing an object to have an internal structure of formal relations. The essential primary forms, according to him, are cylinder, sphere, and cone. His still life and landscapes are statements in the philosophy of art. Cézanne was aware of the significance of what he was doing. That is why he stated that he can shock the entire Paris with the painting of an apple. Cézanne used the method of fragmentation of both forms and perspective in his works. He has used multiple perspective in a single work. That is, he observed and studied an object from various angles, created sketches of them. Then he deduced the object to its basic form. These fragments of images of the object, observed from various viewpoints, are then assembled into a single image. This same idea can be seen to have used in murals in Egyptian pyramids. Look at an example image. The image of the human figure shown here has face and legs shown in profile view and chest shown in front view. Cézanne was not imitating from Egyptian painting or Japanese painting. Of course, he must have studied and assimilated them. He was creating a breakthrough in the formal representation of an object. His discovery was phenomenal and very significant in the history of Western artistic thought. His ideas and methods have influenced many of 20th century art movements. Most important among them was Cubism. This art style was developed by Georges Braque and Pablo Picasso in the early 20th century. Cubism has evolved through three stages: the primitive phase, analytic phase, and synthetic phase. It is in the middle analytical cubist phase that we find a clear manifestation of formal division taken to its extreme. In this phase, the cubists were so concerned with the division and reassemblage of form that they were unconcerned about the aspect of color. That is why the paintings from analytic cubist period mostly use a neutral brown palette. It is also to be noted that the cubists studied various cultural traditions of the so-called primitive cultures of Africa and adapted freely from them. African masks are masterly examples of analytical division of form. We have seen how fragmentation of forms was taken to its extreme limit in analytical cubist phase. Now let us remember what we have learned from Kant. He says that a schema is the totality of representation of form which we hold inside us. It is an association of pure concept with the mental image of an object. It is created by the imagination in relation to time. An analytical cubist painter analyzes an object by fragmenting multiple images of an object observed from different viewpoints at different time. They are then amalgamated into a unified whole as an image. Analytical cubism conforms to the definition of formalism as the concept that a work's artistic value is entirely determined by its form. Cubism paved the way for later avant-garde formalists who totally eliminated representative subject matter by concentrating only on formal elements in non-objective compositions. Neoplasticism is an example of such a complete reduction of representative form. In analytical cubism, an observer can find an object in a fragmented, reassembled manner. With a little contemplation, it may be possible to recognize certain objects in them, seen from multiple angles. In neoplasticism, this process becomes impossible. The form is reduced to total abstraction that representation or mimesis is not aimed at all. A painting here is reduced to its basic formal reality, the color, line and composition. The formalist method of art criticism, where fundamental formal elements are examined to judge the value of a work of art, also made its appearance around this time. It was not only artists like Braque and Picasso, but also theoreticians like Roger Fry were influenced by the ideas of Paul Cézanne. Roger Fry was an important art critic who was significant in the development of formalist aesthetics. He was an English art critic who was associated with a formalist aesthetic movement called the Bloomsbury Group. Roger Fry came into contact with the ideas and works of Paul Cézanne in 1906. He then wrote essays analyzing the art theory of French modernists and organized their shows in England. It was Roger Fry who coined the term post-impressionist to designate the French modernist painters who were active during 1880s. Some other significant members of Bloomsbury Group were the art critic Clive Bell, the painters Vanessa Bell and Duncan Grant, novelist and critic Virginia Woolf, and the novelist E.M. Forster. Roger Fry and Clive Bell worked together to formulate a theoretical basis for post-impressionist art. Clive Bell is known as one of the most prominent proponents of formalism in aesthetics. Bell thought that an artwork can produce a distinct aesthetic experience in the viewer, and it is this experience which gives value to a work of art. Bell termed this experience aesthetic emotion. Aesthetic emotion can be created only by a real artwork. This is what differentiates a real artwork from a fake artwork. According to Bell, all works of visual art which are capable of arousing aesthetic emotion have some common quality. This quality can be found in works ranging from Chinese carpets, Giotto's frescoes at Padua, the masterpieces of Poussin, Piero della Francesca to Cézanne's works. Bell terms this quality as the presence of significant form. When lines and colors are combined in a particular way, certain forms and relations of forms stir our aesthetic emotions. These relations and combinations of lines and colors, the aesthetically moving forms, are called by Clive Bell as significant form. Aesthetic emotion is that experience which is aroused by what Bell terms as significant form. In his book Art, published in 1913, Bell elaborates on the idea of significant form. In it, he states that we experience aesthetic emotion in response to the significant form of a work of art. It's because we perceive that form as an expression of an experience the artist has undergone. The artist's experience in turn, according to Bell, is the experience of seeing ordinary objects in the world as pure form. A real artist sees a thing not as a means for something else, but as an end in itself. An art object, according to formalist theory, need not be a vehicle of expression or representation. It can be an end in itself. It can stay autonomous in its significant form. Though experience of the artist was given importance by Clive Bell, even this experience was formal according to him. This kind of extreme formalist position is popularly known under the label art for art's sake. Theorists of formalism and expressionism fought ideological battles over the function and value of art. For formalists like Roger Fry and Bell, art's value is embedded in its form. During the period the Bloomsbury group was active in England, other groups were actively developing their aesthetic theory and practice in other parts of the world. Russian constructivism was such a significant art movement which had wide-reaching influence. Constructivism had a strong theoretical background. It tried to liberate art from its romantic function. Constructivism was concerned about the questions of artwork itself. The material with which an artwork is made was significant to a constructivist artist because the possibility and limitation of the material by themselves decide the final form of the artwork. The form of an object is conceived not only by its creator but also by the very material with which it is made. So an artistic process starts from the very moment an artist chooses a particular medium to work with. He then makes conscious decisions to limit the form within the physical limitations of the material. This thought process has allegiance to structuralist mode of thought in which meaning is dependent on the structure within which an artwork is placed. Constructivism can be seen as an attempt to put formalist values in the context of historical progression. Constructivist aesthetic approach can actually be seen as developing through the leftist attitude of dialectical materialism. It can be thought of as a synthesis of Kantian formalism and Hegelian dialectical dynamism. The first works of constructivism appeared around 1913 in Russia. A leading artist of the movement was Vladimir Tatlin. The movement tried to disassociate metaphysical ideas of form from matter and link it to pure practical and functional properties of matter and form. Constructivist ideas appear in a modified aesthetic attitude in another art movement named Suprematism. Suprematism was also a Russian movement and it also appears around 1913 with Kazimir Malevich as the founder. Suprematism proposed a new kind of expression of feeling. In suprematist art, the feeling is supposed to be so pure that it is devoid of emotion. The formal expression of pure feeling requires pure form. It is this aesthetics which is reflected in works of Malevich like the Black Square, White on White, so on. Constructivism and suprematism differed in their approach to the function of form. Suprematism proposed pure formalism devoid of any social function and thus may be treated as belonging to the art for art's sake group. Malevich stated that by creating the form of a square, man has placed himself as a creator because a pure square form cannot be found anywhere among natural objects. Malevich's version of formalism was vehemently opposed by critics, more because of its political implication. Italian Futurism was also a significant theoretical step towards the liberation of form from its traditional classical barriers imposed by naturalists. Futurists were also concerned with the qualities of modern structural materials and wanted to liberate themselves from the disciplines of historical styles. The artists of the movement added the element of dynamic motion, precipitated and condensed to physical shape and form. This was something very new to the formalist tradition of art. The perceptive experience of form by a man from classical antiquity cannot be compared to the perceptive experience of a modern man. Modern man has acquired new experiences of space and form. This statement may appear confusing to you, but think of a man sitting by a window of an ultra-fast vehicle. The person may feel sitting without motion, while the outer forms move backwards, dissolving their forms into something else. This experience was not available to an ancient human being. Futurists believed that it is this type of new experiences which have to be realized in physical form, thus creating a new modern form. Art movements like the Stigl and Bauhaus also proved to be important to the development of a formalist aesthetics. As we have stated earlier, the artworks of Mondrian and other painters of the Stigl reduced the object to its essential form, thus creating an idea of the object in its pure abstraction. In 1940s, American art critic Clement Greenberg argued that form and content are inseparable in an artwork. The value of art is located in its form. It was he who coined the term post-painterly abstraction to define a group of American painters of the 1960s who used areas of color without any visible gestural strokes. Most of the painters used hard edges to define their form. Minimalism is another formalist movement of importance to our current context. It appeared in 1960s. Minimalist works attempt to expose the essence of a subject through eliminating all non-essential features or concepts. Prominent artists associated with this movement include Donald Judd, Dan Flavin, Cole Anthony, so on. Minimalists also tried to disassociate form from the metaphorical association, symbolism, and metaphysical suggestions. Minimalist aesthetics tried to derive pure form through proposing to avoid composition altogether. How successful they were at this process is a debated topic. In a traditional artwork, the parts are carefully arranged to give the feeling of visual unity in composition. Minimalists suggested the use of singular form and thus avoid arrangement of form in space. To arrive at pure form, minimalists tried to eradicate all signs of authorship from the artwork. Donald Judd states, "A shape, a volume, a color, a surface is something in itself. It shouldn't be concealed as part of a fairly different whole." Minimalist aesthetics was also severely criticized by many thinkers. Michael Fried's essay Art and Objecthood, published in 1967, points out that minimalism failed to differentiate between an object and an object in art. Now it is time we conclude this session on formalism. As you are aware, form is of utmost importance to an artist, so one cannot disregard the ideological discourse happening around it. Masters of art have successfully translated their thoughts to visual form and writers to written form. Aesthetics tries to abstract these streams of thought into a coherent philosophical system. Till our next session, bye.
Hello and welcome to a session on fundamentals of program learning. If we look at the history of educational instruction, we can see that the method of mass instruction has been traditionally used in schools. In this method, the content, the instructional technology and learning materials are same for all students in a classroom. Moreover, all students are expected to keep the same pace of learning. As we know, a class is comprised of individual students who differ from one another in cognitive capacities, skills, perceptions, academic performance and learning experiences. The pace of learning also varies from one student to another. Mass instruction method does not take into consideration such differences and unique requirements of individual students. In order to rectify this problem, a new method of instruction was introduced. This new method is called individualized instruction, which takes into account the learning abilities and interest of individual learners. As the name suggests, individualized instruction places emphasis on the learning experiences of individual students, not on class as a whole. The primary goal of this method of instruction is to make learning self-directed and self-initiated. We have seen that educational technology plays an important role in individualizing instruction. In the past few decades, several new techniques have been introduced with the aim of making individualized instruction more effective. In this unit, we will learn more about one of those techniques used in individualized instruction, namely program learning. What is program learning? Program learning, also known as programmed instruction, is one of the most effective innovations introduced to the teaching learning process. It is a highly individualized and systematic strategy of instruction. It is useful not just in classroom instruction but also in self-learning and auto-instruction. To put simply, program learning is the instruction provided by means of program learning materials. The program used in this method is designed and sequenced, anticipating the responses of students in the teaching learning process. Thus, the entire range of learning experience is pre-designed based on a set of predetermined instructional goals and objectives. Let us consider an example to understand the concept of program learning better. Many Indian universities are providing correspondence courses on a wide range of subjects. The students enrolled in these courses do not or rarely interact with regular tutors or instructors. Instruction, on the other hand, is provided to these students through carefully designed learning material which helps them in the process of self-instruction. It is important here to note that the scope of program learning is not limited to self-instruction courses. It is widely used in regular class settings as well. Program learning applies the principles of psychology and technology to provide individualized instruction to students and improve the effectiveness and quality of learning process. Key terms used in the program learning. Before we examine this method of instruction in detail, it is important to clarify some of the terms we constantly use in relation to program learning. Program. The term program refers to the subject matter to be learned by the students. It is an instructional sequence comprised of several small units of information. A program is designed based on instructional objectives, and the aim of a program is to help students achieve these objectives through teaching learning process. Frames. As already mentioned, a program contains several units of information. In other words, learning material is presented to students in the form of small units which are sequentially arranged. These small units are called frames. It should be noted here that these frames are graded based on their level of difficulty and presented to students stage by stage. Sequence. The term sequence refers to the order in which frames are arranged in a program and presented to students during the process of instruction. Programming. In the context of program learning, the term programming refers to the process of arranging the subject matter to facilitate effective learning. Programmer, the teacher or instructor who develops the program which are to be used in programmed instruction is called a programmer. It is important to note that a programmer should be subject matter expert with adequate knowledge in technology and psychology. He or she should be familiar with the technique of programming too. Definitions, characteristics and principles of program learning. Many scholars trace the origin of program learning to the great Greek philosopher Socrates, who is believed to have developed a program in geometry. However, this instruction method, as we understand it today, was developed in the 20th century by a number of American psychologists including Edward Thorndike, Sidney L. Presley, B. F. Skinner, G. Holland and Norman A. Crowder. Of these, the names of Skinner and Crowder deserve a special mention since they are considered as developers of linear programming and branched programming respectively. Definitions of program learning. Different scholars have defined program learning in different ways. These definitions throw light on the chief characteristics of this method. Let us go through some of the most popular definitions of program learning. Susan Murphy defined program learning as the method of designing a reproducible sequence of instructional events to produce a measurable and consistent effect on the behavior of each and every acceptable student. According to Harold D. Bernard, programmed learning refers to the arrangement of instructional material in progressive sequences. Wendell I. Smith and J. William Moore defined programmed instruction as the process of arranging the material to be learned into a series of sequential steps. They further identified how program learning functions. According to them, it usually moves students from a familiar background into a complex and new set of concepts, principles and understanding. Main characteristics of program learning. Program learning has a set of defining characteristics that differentiate it from other methods of instruction. Here are some of the most important characteristics of this method. To begin with, it is a method of individualized instruction where learning material and information are presented to students to suit their individual needs. This helps to maximize the rate and depth of learning, fosters understanding and motivates students. Another important characteristic of this method is self-pacing. This means that students learn and move forward at their own speed and pace. It acknowledges the fact that there are differences in the rate at which individuals learn. The subject matter is broken into smaller units and presented to students in a sequential order. By presenting the material through small units and in a progressive manner, the level of complexity is increased gradually from lower to the higher levels. It also ensures smoothness of transition from one item to another and eliminates the possibility of errors. In this method, interaction happens between students and the program. Needless to say, it requires students to remain active throughout the process of instruction. Program learning ensures continuous responses from students. In this method, it is possible to immediately confirm whether the responses and answers given to students are correct or not. It also gives students a chance to correct their wrong responses before they move on to the next stage of learning. In other words, at each step, students know how they are doing and can assess their own performance. Another important characteristic of this method is the organized nature of the knowledge. Concepts and information are organized in a progressive manner, starting from the least complex to the most complex. This ensures continuity between easier and difficult concepts. It also ensures that students have mastered the basic and easier concepts before more complex and difficult ones are presented to them. The instructional sequence of program learning take into account the initial behavior of students. The program is designed keeping in mind the terminal competency students are expected to achieve at the end of the instructional process. Program learning ensures constant evaluation by recording the responses of students at each step. The performance and the progress made by students can be evaluated by checking the nature of the responses. The students' responses can also be used to improve the overall quality of the program. Program learning offers individualized instruction by means of a variety of sources such as program textbooks, teaching machines or computers. Instruction can be provided with or without the aid of teachers. Principles of program learning. A good program learning strategy is designed according to a set of fundamental principles. They are the principle of smaller steps. We have already seen that in program learning, the learning material is presented to students in smaller units which are arranged in a progressive sequence. The rationale behind this assumption is that students can learn better if the contents of a subject matter is presented to them in proper small steps. The principle of active response. Another underlying principle of this method is that students can learn better when they remain active in the process of instruction. This means that students should respond actively to every frame presented to them. When designing programmed material, proper care should be taken to involve students in each and every step of the learning process. The principle of immediate reinforcement. The third guiding principle of program learning is the psychological phenomena of reinforcement. This is based on the assumption that students learn better and feel motivated when they receive immediate feedback about the responses. Thus, a good program should make provisions to give immediate and constant reinforcement to students. The principle of self-pacing. As already mentioned, program learning is a method of individualized instruction. Therefore, an important principle of this method is self-pacing. That is, students learn better when they are allowed to learn at their own pace. A good program should be designed taking into account the individual differences of students. The frames should be presented in such a way that students are able to respond and move from one frame to another at their own speed and pace. The principle of continuous evaluation. Continuous evaluation helps to improve the quality of teaching as well as learning. In program learning, adequate care should be given to obtain and record student responses at every stage. This not only helps the evaluate the progress and made by students, but also to assess the overall effectiveness of the program. Program development. Development of program is a highly dynamic, extremely challenging and time-consuming task. Typically, it involves three stages, namely the preparation stage, construction or writing stage, and evaluation stage. Each stage consists of a series of steps and activities which a programmer has to carry out. Let us examine these stages and steps in some detail. 1. Preparation stage. Preparation is the first stage of program development. It is usually done in different steps, starting from the selection of a unit to the preparation of the content outline. Selecting a unit. As the first step of preparation, the programmer should choose a unit that is to be programmed. It is desirable that the programmer chooses a unit from his or her field of study. An important criterion for choosing the unit is the ease of handling learning material. The length of the unit should be determined based on the predefined instructional objectives. It is also important to choose short units instead of choosing the entire course content. Special care should be taken to choose units which are usually considered as a stumbling block to students. Another important criterion is to the logical order of the material. Special needs of students should also be given adequate consideration. Writing assumptions about students. The nature and content of the program differ for different target groups. Hence, it is important to list out the characteristics of the group for whom the program is being developed. That is to say, the programmer should clearly, objectively and accurately write down all assumptions about the target group. This includes their age, skills, interest, background, etc. Teachers can refer to the cumulative records, case history, records of achievement test, aptitude test and their personal experience to gather a clear picture of the target group. Determining instructional objectives. The instructional objectives should be determined prior to the development of the program. Moreover, these objectives should be stated in behavioral terms. Decisions regarding subject matter, instructional methods and learning material depend upon the instructional objectives. Defining prerequisite skills and knowledge. Any learning program is developed based on the assumption that the target group already possesses certain skills and knowledge. These prerequisite skills and knowledge should be stated in behavioral terms. This will help the programmer to demarcate the initial behavior with which students enter the learning process and the terminal behavior which they are expected to acquire. Preparing a criterion test. The next step in the preparation stage involves the construction of a criterion test. The purpose of this test is to show the range of the terminal behavior which is to be developed through the program. Developing content outline. This is the last step in the preparation stage. The programmer should write a clear and specific outline of the content that is to be programmed. Along with the outline, the order in which the learning material is to be presented should also be decided. 2. Construction or writing stage. This stage involves the construction and actual writing of the program. Here, programmers use the information they have gathered during the preparatory stage. A program can be written in different styles such as linear style or branched style. In the construction stage, the programmer takes decisions regarding which style is to be used. It is important to note that writing a programmed learning material differs from writing a textbook. The material should be prepared in line with the principles of program learning. The material is to be broken into small frames which are logically sequenced. Special care should be taken to keep the students meaningfully active by inviting responses at each stage. The frames should be designed in such a way that students get immediate feedback and reinforcement as they proceed from one frame to another. The task of writing the program is typically carried out in 3 steps, namely designing the frames, sequencing the frames and editing the program. The first step involves the designing of frames. Here the programmer should use special techniques like priming and prompting to help students respond correctly to the questions and proceed successfully from one frame to another. The second step involves proper sequencing of the frames. Here the programmer has to arrange the frames systematically in a logical order. Proper sequencing of frames leads students from their entry behavior to the terminal behavior. The frames are sequenced and ordered using logical and psychological principles. The third step of program writing is editing. Once the first draft of the program is written, the programmer should subject the draft to thorough review and editing to eliminate all possible errors. Technical inaccuracies language inaccuracies and program inaccuracies should be removed completely before the final program is presented to students. 3. Evaluation stage. This is the third and final stage of the program development. In this stage, the programmer attempts to test the efficiency and effectiveness of the program he or she has developed. Evaluation is done in the light of the results obtained from testing. Moreover, modifications and revisions are also made to improve the quality of the program. Before the program is actually presented to the target group, the programmer may choose to conduct tryout testing on a sample of individual students or small group of students. Module 4. Traditional instructions versus program learning. Program learning is different from the traditional method of classroom instruction in many aspects. We have briefly touched upon some of those differences in the last 3 units. We can summarize the major differences between these two methods as follows. The traditional method involves mass instruction, while program learning involves individualized instruction. In the traditional method, the subject matter is presented to students as whole, but program learning presents the subject matter in small frames and step by step. In the traditional method, students do not get immediate feedback and reinforcement, but program learning offers immediate feedback and reinforcement to students. In the traditional method, the instructional objectives might not be well defined or they are defined vaguely. Program learning, on the other hand, states the objectives clearly in operational and behavioral terms. Program learning differs from the traditional method in the degree of preparation and precision. While the traditional method involves lesser degrees of preparation on the part of the instructor, programmers prepare learning materials with precision and care. In the traditional method, the role of students is minimal and limited to that of passive listeners. They remain passive during the instructional process while instructors do the summarizing and reviewing themselves. In program learning, students play an active role as the frames are designed in such a way that students naturally participate in the process by making constant responses. The unit of information presented to students is relatively lengthy in the traditional method, while program learning uses smaller units of information. In program learning, it is easy to modify the frames and sequences of frames on the basis of student reactions. Effective sequences of frames are retained and ineffective sequences of frames are discarded or modified through a series of tryouts and testing. However, such a gradual modification and revision is very difficult to implement in the traditional method. Advantages and limitations of program learning. Advantages. The greatest advantage of program learning is that it individualizes the process of instruction, giving students a chance to learn material at their own pace and speed. This method of instruction is an excellent solution to the problem of individual differences which traditional method often fail to address. This method helps to keep students active and alert throughout the process of instruction. Better quality of learning experience is ensured through making students active participants in the process of instruction. The structure and design of the frames used in program learning make it possible to teach complex subject matters in an easy and systematic manner. Moreover, teachers can use this method to supplement the study of regular textbooks. Also, immediate feedback and reinforcement promotes effective learning. The program designed in this method can be used in self-instructional devices such as computer, teaching machine, program text, etc. These devices not only promote self-instruction but also solve the problem of the shortage of qualified instructors. Program learning is useful in the enrichment of curriculum and can be used to provide guidance and remedial instruction to students. Limitations. Despite all the above mentioned advantages, program learning has some serious limitations. Though this method individualizes instruction, it is not as interactive as a classroom discussion or computer assisted instruction. Students cannot alter the scope or sequence of learning which are predefined by the programmer. Thus, this method limits students' freedom of choice. Some styles of programmed instruction, for example linear programming, might make the learning process dull and monotonous. Program learning, especially branched programming, can be expensive to develop. Most importantly, program development is an extremely time-consuming task. Also, this method of instruction is based on the view that knowledge is comprised of the aggregates or discrete elements. Consequently, the integration of an entire body of knowledge may sometimes become difficult. Some experts are of the opinion that the use of small sequential frames fails to create interest and challenge talented students in the group. Now you can try to answer the following questions. 1. What is the difference between mass instruction and individualized instruction? 2. What do the term program and frame refer to in program learning? 3. What are the things to consider when selecting a unit? 4. Which are the 3 steps in the construction stage of program development? 5. What are the major limitations of program learning? Now you may go through the reference books given here. Principles of Education by Chandra S.S. and Sharma R.K. in 1996, Atlantic Publishers, New Delhi. Sociology of Education by Chandra S.S. and Sharma R.K. in 1996, Atlantic Publishers, New Delhi. Methods and Techniques of Teaching by Kochar S.K. 1977, Sterling Publishers, New Delhi. Teaching of Social Studies by Mangal S.K. and Mangal U in 2008, PHI Learning, New Delhi. Teacher Education by Mohan R. 2011, PHI Learning, New Delhi. Changing Attitudes to Education in India by Reddy K.V. 2002, Atlantic Publishers, New Delhi. Advanced Educational Technology by Sharma R.N. and Chandra S.S. 2003, Atlantic Publishers, New Delhi. Thank you for watching this program. We can meet again with another topic. Have a nice day.